Good morning from the EMA building in Amsterdam. It's my great pleasure to welcome you to this joint HMA-EMA Learnings Initiative workshop for optimal use of big data in medicines regulation. I'm very pleased to note the interest that the workshop has raised and the variety of stakeholders participating. I'd like to start by remembering the vision set out by the HMA-EMA Big Data Task Force in early 2020. By delivering a regulatory system able to integrate big data into its assessment and decision-making, we can support the development of innovative medicines, deliver life-saving treatments to patients more quickly, and optimize their safe and effective use. This vision remains central to our work, regulating medicines for patients, and the vision guides us as we consider our priorities going forward. This workshop is organised as part of the work plan of the Big Data Steering Group to strengthen use of big data in regulatory decision-making. This requires continuous optimisation of processes and standards applied to generate valid and reproducible evidence. And today we have a particular focus on a learnings initiative on real-world evidence. Learning lessons from previous experience is essential in order to learn about challenges, opportunities, areas for improvement, and areas where our efforts should be directed. This is why today's workshop has been organised around 5 breakout sessions, where stakeholders will learn from each other, sharing their observations and their proposals to optimise the use of real-world evidence for regulatory decision-making. The first 4 topics of the breakout sessions come directly from the recommendations of the Big Data Task Force: fitness for purpose of data sources, mechanisms for getting stakeholders' input, process optimization, and strengthening training and expertise. The 5th topic, on heterogeneity of results, comes directly from the experience of studies conducted for the monitoring of the COVID-19 pandemic and studies on the COVID-19 vaccine safety and effectiveness. In order to support the decision-making in the context of the pandemic, it was considered essential to discuss how to best analyse and interpret sometimes different results on the same research question, analysed in different countries and data sources. These breakout sessions are at the core of the workshop, and the Big Data Steering Group wants to listen to its stakeholders. Therefore, in order to avoid groups of excessive size, some of you who registered to a specific session have been reallocated to a different group. We apologise to those affected, but we're sure that you'll be able to effectively contribute to the new group, and we thank you for your understanding. A few housekeeping notes for our meeting today. The workshop will be recorded and broadcast live. By attending the meeting, you do consent to the recording and broadcast. Due to the event format being having interactive breakout sessions, participants of this meeting can mute and unmute themselves. However, it's crucial that all participants remain muted during the main plenary sessions, so as not to disturb the speakers and the live broadcast. At the end of plenary session 1 and during plenary session 2, we'll have time allocated for audience discussion. If you wish to speak, please raise your hand by clicking on the icon in the lower right-hand corner of the screen. When the chair gives you the floor, you can unmute yourself. Following your intervention, obviously, then click the icon to put your hand down and mute your microphone. Chairs will give the floor in a way that tries to balance stakeholder groups and respect time constraints, but please do understand that we may not be able to give everybody that asks for the floor time to speak. You can also use the chat box, again in the lower right-hand corner of the screen, and when using the chat box, ensure that you send a message to everyone, as we can't monitor private conversations. Again, due to time restrictions, we may not be able to read out all the comments, but please be assured that the relevant colleagues within the European Regulatory Network will have sight of the comments that you share. So with that, just to close, the EU Regulatory Network is fully committed to transformation to data-driven medicines regulation to ensure medicines regulation is fit for the decades to come in order to continue delivering new medicines and optimising their use for the patients of Europe. The first session of the workshop will provide a landscape of the current use of real-world data for regulatory purposes and we will learn of challenges and hear different perspectives. The first session will be chaired by Professor Alar Eers, cardiologist and clinical pharmacologist and Chief Medical Officer at the Estonian Medicines Agency. Alar is a member of the CHMP and represents CHMP on the Big Data Steering Group. I wish you an enjoyable and fruitful discussion. Over to you, Alar. While we're waiting for Alar to reconnect, I'll take the opportunity then to introduce our first speaker of session one, Elisabeth Bakker from the Department of Clinical Pharmacology, Pharmacy and Pharmacology at the University Medical Center Groningen in the Netherlands. And Elisabeth is going to talk to us about the lessons learned from the applications submitted to EMA for marketing authorizations and extensions of indication in 2018 and 2019. Elisabeth, over to you.
Thank you. So good morning, everyone. My name is Elisabeth Bakker, and as was introduced, I'm a PhD student at the University Medical Center Groningen, and I'm working on a topic of precision medicine and how to implement this into the regulatory field, which of course also includes ways of evidence generation, which led me to work on this external project on real-world evidence at EMA. So today's presentation is titled Lessons Learned from the Application Submitted to EMA for Marketing Authorization and Extension of Indication in 2018 and 2019. Yes, so first I have a disclaimer is that my project is funded by the IMI Biomarker Enterprise to Attack DKD Consortium, but other than that I have no conflict of interest to disclose, and the views in this presentation are my own and cannot be quoted or understood as being made by the EMA. So one of the core recommendations of the EMA Regulatory Science Strategy to 2025 is to promote the use of high quality real-world data in decision making. And also the Big Data Steering Group has included this in their work plan to provide expert advice by developing guidance on the use of real-world evidence. And in order to do so, there are several studies performed, of which some will be discussed in this presentation. And real-world evidence can be used to support regulatory decisions on benefit risks, for example, when randomized clinical trials are not feasible or when they are unethical to be performed. For example, in case of very rare diseases or precision medicines where usually the target groups are very small. It can also be used as complementary evidence across the drug life cycle or by guiding clinical trial decisions, for example, in selecting the population or contextualization of the results. So now I would like to introduce to you a paper that has recently been published by EMA colleagues. And the objective of their paper was to characterize real-world data and real-world evidence included in centralized marketing authorization applications and extension of indications. And for this, they included all centrally submitted marketing authorization applications and extension of indication applications between January 2018 and December 2019. And they excluded generic applications, informed consent applications, and well-established use applications. And for all the included products, they manually reviewed the latest version of the CHMP assessment report, the risk management plans, and if needed, other internal reports could be consulted. So as a working definition of real-world data, they used routinely collected data relating to the patient health status or the delivery of healthcare from a variety of sources other than clinical trials. And real-world evidence was defined as the information derived from an analysis of these real-world data. So what they included were non-interventional pre- or post-authorization studies, use of real-world data sources in the context of clinical trials, for example, a registry cohort that was used as an external control group, analysis of patient-based observational data in the context of the marketing authorization application. So, for example, epidemiological studies on natural history of the disease. And they also included information from published articles of product-related non-interventional studies. They excluded literature that was non-product related. They excluded interventional studies, preclinical studies, toxicological studies, and dose response studies, for example. and clinical trials that didn't use any real-world data. They also excluded the open label follow-ups of the clinical trials and the routine pharmacovigilance activities. And also they excluded surveys that were directed to physicians instead of individual patients. So their main results show that in 40% of the marketing authorization applications, real-world data was used, and this was mainly in the post-authorization phase. And for the extension of indications, this was the case in 80%, and here the balance between post-authorization and pre-authorization was almost equal. The majority of products was intended for were anti-neoplastic drugs or immunosuppressants. And the real-world evidence that was used in the pre-authorization phase was mainly for supporting the efficacy claims, whereas in the post-authorization phase, real-world evidence was mainly to provide additional data on the safety aspect. So in conclusion, there's already a widespread use of real-world evidence to support the evaluation of marketing authorization applications and extension of indications that were submitted to EMA. But with this study, we also there were also areas identified where further research is required, and this was mainly qualitative data that we're looking for. A similar study that was performed by Escola et al. Also recently published, and this was one of the University of Utrecht. And they aim to identify and quantify the signatures of real-world evidence use. And this was in medicines development and regulatory decision-making for initial marketing authorization applications for new medicines that received a positive opinion in 2018 and 2019. And they defined real-world evidence signature as any reference to potential use of real-world data, real-world evidence in the marketing authorization application as was presented in the EPAR overview. So they used a slightly different pool, whereas the previous study looked at the submission date. This study looked at the authorization date, and they only included the authorized studies. So also the definition of real-world evidence was a bit broader, which might reflect some difference in the results compared to the previous study. So their main results show that in almost 100% of the life cycle management phase of these drugs and in 98% of the discovery phase of these drugs, real-world signatures were present in the EPAR overviews. And in almost half of the products, this was the case for the full development phase and the registration phase. And a bit over a third real-world evidence signatures were present in the early development phase of these products. They saw that there was a bit more real-world evidence seen in orphan indications and conditionally approved medicines. And similar to the previous study, the main therapeutic area was oncology, but also hematology and anti-infectives were seen most in the full development phase. So both previous studies were mainly quantitative, and as I mentioned before, we would really like to see also a more qualitative approach. So therefore, this study was set up to give that perspective. And here we mainly look into the real-world evidence used for the efficacy. And for this, we mainly look at the discussion and the benefit risk section of assessment reports and risk management plans, but also into scientific advice procedures and available protocols. So the objective of this study was to characterize real-world evidence used by applicants to support efficacy or effectiveness claims. And we really wanted to analyze the contribution of the real-world evidence. So whether the real-world evidence was considered to be appropriate by the CHMP and why. And also what was their opinion, for example, on the quality of the real-world evidence and how did this opinion relate to for example, scientific advice that the applicant may have requested before in the process. For the selection of the products that we used in the second phase of the study, we looked at the results of the first study, and we selected only the products that had real-world evidence included for efficacy. So these were 31 in the initial marketing authorization applications and 15 in the extension of indications. So eventually we selected 29 products of the initial marketing authorization applications because we had to exclude another 2, and 15 products in the extension of indication applications. And when we look only at the initial marketing authorization, sorry, there were 6 products where pre-authorization real-world evidence was used, 13 products for which post-authorization real-world evidence was used, and 10 where it was used both pre-authorization and post-authorization. So when you look at the figure, we only split them up in pre-authorization and post-authorization. So the one that used both were counted in both groups. And of the ones that used pre-authorization real-world evidence, 8 products were authorized, 6 were withdrawn, and 2 were refused, whereas in the products for which post-authorization real-world evidence was used, only all the products were authorized, so all 19. And most marketing authorization applications were granted a standard marketing authorization, which were 14, 4 received a conditional authorization, and 3 an exceptional. So we have mainly looked into depth into the pre-authorization or the products that use pre-authorization real-world evidence, which were 16. And here the main purpose of the real-world evidence was natural history, contextualization of the results, or an external comparator. But in some cases, it was also the primary data source. And for now, we have identified 4 of these 16 dossiers for which the pre-authorization real-world evidence was critical for the decision-making. And I would like to show you 2 examples. The first is Qfens, which is trientine dihydrochloride for the treatment of Wilson's disease in adults and children above 5 years old. And in this case, it was a known active substance, and in this dossier, only observational data was provided by the applicant. The main study was a multi-center retrospective study to assess the long-term outcomes, and it was a single group cohort study based on medical records from large tertiary care centers, and these were coming from 4 EU countries, and they included 90 patients. The supportive study that was included in the dossier was a 12-month prospective continuation of this retrospective study, and it had the same objectives, and it included 52 of the 90 initial patients. So the CHMP appraisal for this product was that the approach with only providing observational data was appropriate, considering the legal basis of the application, so that it was a known active substance. And this was also in line with earlier protocol assistance that was provided by the CHMP in a scientific advice procedure. But however, this approach was acceptable. There were still some limitations to the real-world evidence that was provided. For example, they didn't do a sample size calculation, and there was a risk of bias in this data. So therefore, the CHMP imposed a post-authorization efficacy study to be performed. So the second example is the one of Zolgensma, which is a gene therapy medicine for treating spinal muscular atrophy, and it has an orphan designation. It is also a pediatric drug in very small children. And here the main study was a phase 3 open label study, which was a single arm trial, and they used external comparators to contextualize this trial arm. The first external comparator was derived from the Pediatric Neuromuscular Clinical Research Database, which was a natural history study. And the natural history cohort that was used included all patients with age of onset below 6 months, with a biallelic deletion of the SMN1 and 2 copies of the SMN2 gene for whom enrollment data was available. And an additional cohort was derived from the NeuroNext study, which was also a natural history study. And here they included all patients with a SMA type 1, with also a biallelic deletion of the SMN1 and 2 copies of the SMN2 gene. So when they had previously sought scientific advice, this stated that always an internal comparator is preferred. So still the randomized clinical controlled trial is seen as the gold standard, but they acknowledge that in this case, this is not feasible. But therefore they stated that some form of control is necessary, and in this case that historical controls would be considered adequate, but that the applicant should do everything to minimize the possible bias. And in line with this advice, the final opinion of the CHMP was that the historical controls are indeed adequate, also because they are very well matched on a specific group and specific gene copies. But they had doubts about the PNCR cohort because it may have included less severe patients with less severe disease. But in this case, this was not considered a major issue because the potential bias that was created was not in favor of the medicinal product. So in this case, this was acceptable. Nevertheless, they had to do a prospective long-term study post-approval. This was a RESTORE registry, which was also a condition of the market authorization. And this is also in line with that gene therapies need post-authorization follow-up for at least 15 years. So in conclusion, we see an increasing use of real-world evidence in marketing authorization applications submitted at EMA. And we already see that applicants put a lot of effort in providing as good as possible quality real-world evidence in these applications to address the regulatory requirements. But there are still challenges for both applicant and regulators. And therefore, there's still work in progress to provide guidance to these applicants on the use of real-world evidence. And this guidance is based on the experience that we acquire doing such studies and with marketing authorization that's come true. So in this light, the CHMP guideline on registry-based studies has recently been published, and we hope that this study will provide us with more relevant information to be included in the future guidance documents. So I would like to acknowledge the colleagues at the TDA department, also my supervisors, and with that, I'd like to thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Lisbeth. I think we are still in time, and we got a very nice presentation, and you were very fast to recover from the technical failures. So thank you very much. I think we agreed that we will have questions to speakers in the Q&A session at the end of the session. So let us go further to second presentation, which addresses the role of real-world evidence in FDA-approved new drugs and biologics during the last 3 years. And the presenter is Jeremy Russen. Jeremy has a basic training both in computer science and epidemiology, which makes a simple medic envious in the context of today's topic. Has had academic career at Harvard Medical School and is currently with his company Aethion, which is a healthcare technology company that delivers real-world evidence for life science companies and payers and regulators. So looking forward to the presentation. Jeremy, floor is yours.
Well, thank you so much. And I'll just let the organizers know I have my phone on standby should the snow from Estonia come west to where I'm sitting here in Germany. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak this morning. My topic will be on the role of RWE in FDA approval, so taking a view from the other side of the Atlantic, but similar in many ways to the questions that were asked and answered in the previous session. As a matter of conflict of interest, as you mentioned, I am an employee of Aetion, which is a private company in the United States. I do not have a role with FDA, and the research that I'll be talking about today is all derived from publicly available documents. I'm not sure I can control the slides. Great. So I think many will know that FDA has used RWE extensively over many years for safety surveillance. The Sentinel Initiative being one example of that. The 21st Century Cures Act was passed by the US Congress in 2016. And that act required FDA to develop a program for real-world evidence to support new indications for already approved products and to further fulfill post-market requirements. And so on the next slide, you can see that real-world evidence has also more recently informed decisions around effectiveness. So FDA approving new use of a transplant drug based on real-world evidence, and then the case that has been widely discussed of Pfizer using EHR data to support an expanded indication for palbociclib, Ibrance, a breast cancer drug. On the next slide, I'll introduce our research by saying we wanted to take these bits and pieces of information and look at them more holistically. And so drew up some key questions in order to look at what was available from FDA regarding their use of real-world evidence from January 2019 through June of this year. And specifically, we wanted to know how often RWE was used in FDA approvals. And I'll note that these are approvals, and I'll come back to that in a moment. When used, what is the real-world evidence used for in those approvals? How impactful are the studies that sponsors submit in establishing evidence of safety or effectiveness? Do those real-world evidence studies that are submitted appear in product labels? And then where FDA has had feedback, how often are they giving information back? And more qualitatively, what is the content of that feedback? And so in the next slide, you can see that this is a presentation based on a paper that will be appearing in print next month, but is available online right now from Clinical Pharmacology and Therapeutics. And I'd like to acknowledge Christina Purpura as the first author of this work. On the next slide. So the studies we looked at were approvals considered, again, between January 2019 and June of this year, so about 2.5 years. So we had available to us publicly FDA approvals where drugs are not approved. The documents rather are not publicly available. So our denominator in this case were FDA approvals, and there were 378 of those new drug applications, biologics license applications in those 2.5 years. We excluded 240 of those, give or take, largely because many of them were new formulations or new combinations. There were assays, solutions, blood products, things that weren't specifically pertinent to the real world evidence. And also 5 approvals where the approval was made public, but the full documentation was not yet available at the time of our study. That left 136 approvals of drugs and biological products that we considered for their use of real-world evidence. And so on the next slide, we structured the questions like this. So first question, and I'll go through these as we go through the results, so no need to inhale them all right now. Of those approvals over the 2.5 years, how many of the applications included RWE? So on the next slide, you can see that in total, 116 of the 136 approvals, so 85%, included RWE. And this was a trend that the numbers are small, so put not a lot of weight on the trend line here, but a trend that was increasing from 2019 to 2020 and into 2021. And of course, much more activity will have happened in the second half of 2021, but our study cutoff was June 30th. But a very large percentage, 85% of approvals had the sponsors incorporating real-world evidence for one or more purposes. On the next slide, our next question, what was the intent of including RWE in the application? Meaning if the sponsor included RWE in the application, what was it intending to demonstrate? And we categorize that as supporting therapeutic context. So like was mentioned in the previous talk, natural history or burden of disease. RWE intending to support the demonstration of safety. So for example, rates of adverse events drawn from non-US markets. RWE supporting the demonstration of effectiveness. For example, a real-world control arm, external control arm or synthetic control arm design. So just some examples of what that could be. And these categories are not mutually exclusive because in many cases, sponsors would have submitted RWE for multiple reasons, multiple studies in the context of a single application. So on the next slide, some numbers. So of those 116 that incorporated RWE for any purpose, you could see that 83 used the real-world evidence to provide therapeutic context, and 88, which was about 65%, used RWE to support safety and or effectiveness. And you can see the breakdown of those three net categories below. And so 88 studies used to support safety and or effectiveness. We'll come back to that number in a moment. We then wanted to look at, for studies that were intending to support safety or effectiveness, what did FDA make of those studies, at least as documented in their reviews? And so again, some categories. We looked at those studies being confirmed by FDA as providing substantial evidence or primary evidence. Those are terms used in the varying FDA centers. Alternatively, the studies could have provided supportive evidence, or the studies were provided, but they were not adequate for decision making. And so in some cases, FDA review documents state that the RWE study was not sufficient. And in some cases, they give reasons. We'll come back to that again in a moment. And then in certain cases, RWE studies were provided, but FDA didn't explicitly respond to them or reference them one way or another in the review documents. So some numbers again. So of those 88 approvals in total, and I'm looking here at the right column of the table, 8 of them, so about 9%, provided substantial or primary evidence. The vast majority, 65%, almost 2/3, provided supportive evidence. 15% were not adequate for decision making, and about 10%, 11% were not addressed directly by FDA. And you can see that the trends year over year on these slides as well. So on the next slide, the qualitative aspect of this was also very interesting to us. So we wanted to look at on how many of those applications did FDA give explicit feedback, and where they gave feedback, what was the substance of it. And so on the next slide, some numbers. 37 of the 116 approvals that included RWE received some FDA feedback. Now, there could be feedback, of course, that the FDA gave while still accepting net the RWE, but with some commentary attached. So feedback doesn't mean that the RWE was not accepted. And we saw, as I said, 37 of 116, about a third receiving some feedback directly on the RWE. And on the next slide, our categorization of the feedback, we saw methodological issues. Those could be, for example, feedback on immortal time bias, confounding, lack of comparability between trial data and real-world data, sample size concerns, omission of patient-level data, and thus lack of transparency or the ability for FDA to reanalyze the data, or other limitations. And on the next slide, the majority of this feedback, where it was specifically categorized, was in the methodological area. So 23 of the 37 pieces of feedback. Again, not mutually exclusive. And on the next slide, some examples of the feedback itself, which I think is very interesting. And I'll read some of these, and I'm keeping an eye on time, of course, as well. Methodological issues due to major methodological issues, including mortal time bias, selection bias, misclassification, confounding, and missing data. FDA said in their review they did not consider real-world data adequate to support regulatory decision-making. Omission of patient-level data. While FDA considers real-world data from the submitted studies to be supportive, the sponsor did not submit the data, and thus FDA cannot independently verify these results. And so an interesting piece of feedback about how to best work with FDA when providing real-world data. And then another example, several important methodological issues impact interpretability of these findings, including differential selection of comparison groups, specifically that trial patients were enrolled from academic medical centers, primarily from Europe, while controls in this comparative study were enrolled from community oncology centers in the United States. And these are a couple of quotes taken out of many, many, many pages of documentation. I find the details very interesting and would definitely recommend reading these publicly available documents if anybody on the call is interested in doing so. Many good examples of feedback in those documents. And then finally, on the next slide, I'm sorry, almost finally, RWA, when did it appear on the product label? One slide on that following this, which is it appeared 38 times out of the 116, so about a third. And you can see on the next slide the breakdown of the kinds of evidence that were provided on the product labeling coming from RWE. And then on the next slide, therapeutic area. And I found this very interesting for a couple of reasons. This is therapeutic areas, and there's 2 pages of this. So this is the most common therapeutic areas. And the percentages here are row percentages. So in oncology, of the 43 approvals, 41 or 95% of them included real-world evidence. So very, very prevalent in oncology. 80% included real-world evidence in the neuroscience field, 100% in infectious disease, 80% in endocrinology and metabolism. And you can see those numbers varying, the numbers of approvals getting smaller as we go down. I think similar to the previous talk, oncology was quite prominent. A lot of drugs, of course, being created in the oncology area. Also, perhaps a reason for the prominence of real-world evidence. The seriousness of those conditions leads to, say, expanded access programs. Those expanded access programs give patients access to the drugs, which create then medical records, which can then be used as real-world data in real-world evidence studies. Also, expedited programs demand also fast evidence generation, and so perhaps real-world evidence being a good fit in those cases. If you go to the next slide, I'll just point out that inflammation and immunology, which was quite prominent in the EMA case, was far less prominent here in the US case. And so I wanted to point out that difference as well, which I found rather interesting. And finally, on the next slide, some final thoughts. I'd say we set out to see how often real-world evidence is used, and the answer is very often. And it was included in the vast majority of US approvals over the last two and a half years, again, with particularly frequent use in oncology, neuroscience, and ID. The feedback, I think, was very illuminating. Fit for purpose data, good study design, good methodology, and also proactive communication with FDA, both about the plans and about the ability to see and work with the data, seemed to be very important. And I will note that since we did this research, FDA has issued 3 draft guidances in the last 2 months, including one that came out yesterday. Looking at EHR and claims data, registry data, and data standards. And there'll be much more to come in these areas, giving us much more information about FDA's expectations around the use of real-world data in studies that are submitted. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Jeremy, for this extensive overview of what is available from public sources about the FDA experience during the last 3 years. I think together with the new guidance documents, it gives quite a good understanding of where FDA is going. Let's rush forward, and the next speaker is Dr. Talita Duarte-Salles from Spain. She's a Master of Public Health and a PhD in Biomedicine, and she's leading a real-world epidemiology research group in a big primary care research institute in Spain, and has extensive experience in trying to combine data sources from different countries, and will describe her view on the regulatory promise this holds. Please, Talita, the floor is yours.
Hi, good morning, everyone. And thank you, Anna, for the nice introduction, and thank you to the organizers for inviting me to give this talk today. It's a great pleasure for me to have the opportunity to present the Charybdis project on the use of real-world data from multiple countries and the opportunities for a regulatory purpose. Next, please. So this is the agenda for the next 15 minutes. I will first start with a brief explanation on why we started the Charybdis project. Next, please. Here. So, well, first of all, as all of you already know by now, coronavirus arrived and changed our lives completely last year. It very quickly became a global pandemic, and as it occurs with every new disease, there are many open questions regarding the natural history of the disease, going from who gets the disease to who is hospitalized with this disease or who dies from it. Next, please. So already in March last year, many studies started to be published in very high impact journals on the characterization of COVID-19 patients. However, most studies were based in very small sample size, with most studies including less than 1,000 patients. They were performed in only a few countries, including mostly data from China and some few studies coming from the US and Europe too. But all these studies included very limited information on the characteristics of these patients, or were conducted only in hospital settings mainly. Next, please. So there are still many unanswered questions about the characteristics of COVID-19 patients at different levels. For example, we didn't know who was getting tested, infected, or hospitalized with the disease in terms of age and sex distributions, comorbidities, or history of treatments, or what were the symptoms and the outcomes of these patients. Another unanswered question was if COVID-19 was different and how different it was from influenza. Next, please. So I believe that a global pandemic like this one does require a global response, and we were lucky to have the Odyssey community as an ideal network to help answer all these questions that I mentioned before. The Odyssey community is an open science network of thousands of collaborators from all around the world, from very diverse backgrounds, and also representing different stakeholders, including academia, industry, regulators, and clinicians, for instance. Next, please. So the Odyssey community in March last year already included a network of more than 150 databases, including data from millions of persons from many countries. All these data were already mapped to the OMOP Common Data Model, which allowed us to produce open source analytical codes and open evidence. Next, please. So what were the aims and objectives of the Charybdis project? First of all, for all of you wondering what Charybdis stands for, is an abbreviation for characterizing health-associated risks in your baseline disease in SARS-CoV-2. This project had the aim to describe the baseline demographic, the clinical characteristics, treatments, symptoms, and outcomes of interest among individuals with COVID-19 overall, but also stratified by sex, age, and specific comorbidities of interest. And also to contextualize the results, we also aim to describe the characteristics and outcomes of influenza patients between September 2017 and April 2018, compared to the COVID-19 population. And the full study protocol was made publicly available at GitHub in the link that you have here. Next, please. So what did we do? We generated several cohorts for both COVID-19 and influenza, as they were described here, including a cohort of persons tested with for SARS-CoV-2, and also cohorts for people tested positive or diagnosed with COVID-19, people being hospitalized or hospitalized and require intensive services. All the cohorts definitions were also made publicly available at atlas.odyssey.org. Next, please. So for each cohort, we defined several stratification factors that you can see here, including the history of a comorbidity of interest, such as cancer, obesity, hypertension, for example, but also including population subgroups of interest, such as the pediatric or pregnant women populations. Next, please. We then described all the conditions and drugs that were registered in each patient's health record during the year and the 30 days prior to the index date, but also all the conditions, drugs, symptoms, procedures, and outcomes that were registered at index date and in the following 30 days. The R package that was used to analyze the data was also made publicly available at GitHub. Next, please. So so which data sources participated in the project and which were the main outputs of the project? Here you can see a snapshot of the databases that participated in Charybdis up to January 2021. So overall, we had 25 databases were able to participate, including 13 databases from the US, 9 databases from Europe representing 6 different countries, and 3 databases from Asia, including data from South Korea and China. Databases were coming from both primary care and hospital settings, and some databases were based on claims data, while others were based on electronic health records. Next, please. So altogether, we were able to obtain results from a total of 17.2 million persons tested for COVID-19, more than 4.5 million people diagnosed or tested positive for COVID-19, and more than 890,000 patients hospitalized with COVID-19. Next, please. So here's a summary of the main outputs of Charybdis. There were more than 2,000 papers reviewed by a literature review team. 107 definitions were created for COVID-19 and other condition cohorts by the phenotypes team, which are publicly available in atlas.odyssey.org. There were more than 100,000 characteristics, including drugs and conditions, described for each of the COVID-19 cohorts per strata and per database. So you can imagine the amount of results that were generated and are publicly available at data.odyssey.org. There are also 16 scientific manuscripts written. From those, there are 7 that have been already published in peer-reviewed journals, 5 that are publicly available as preprints and that have been submitted to a journal, and 5 that are still in preparation. I won't have time to show the results of all these studies today, but if you're interested, you can find the complete list of publications and the links to these publications at the Odyssey COVID-19 update website. They have the link here. Next, please. So now I'd like to highlight only a couple of examples of the main findings to date from Charybdis. I think that this is one of the most important studies that was published by Edward Byrne in Nature Communications last year. This was the biggest study on the characterization of hospitalized patients with COVID-19 compared to patients with influenza. And this was published in a very important time where there were some world leaders such as Bolsonaro or Trump saying that COVID-19 was just like a little cold. In this study, we actually showed that patients hospitalized with COVID-19 were healthier, younger, with less history of drug use, and with much worse outcomes than influenza patients. Next, please. Another important study was this one led by Albert Prats Uribe and published at VMJ on the use of drugs during hospitalization of COVID-19 patients. In this study, we saw that multiple drugs were used in the first few months of the pandemic for COVID-19 with a substantial geographical and temporal variation. We observed that hydroxychloroquine, azithromycin, lopinavir, ritonavir, and umifenavir in the case of China were the most prescribed repurposed drugs, while antithrombotics, antibiotics, H2 receptor antagonists, and corticosteroids were the most used adjunctive treatments. Next, please. So here you can see the example of hydroxychloroquine that was widely used in South Korea, Spain, and the US during the first months of the pandemic. But its use quickly reduced after the first studies appeared showing that its use was actually associated with higher risk of cardiovascular events. And we can see this in this figure here. Next, please. And here's the example of dexamethasone use, where you can see how its use increased after the results of the recovery trial were made public, in which they showed that dexamethasone reduced death rates among hospitalized patients with COVID-19. Next, please. And I would like to finish this presentation with a few remarks and the opportunities for regulatory purpose. I think that it was very clear from the beginning of the pandemic that to solve a global problem like this one, we needed to be in this together. And here's where I think that a community like Odyssey had a unique and important role, since we were able to create in only very few months the biggest COVID-19 data network in the world. And this network is especially growing now in Europe, thanks to the efforts of the IMI EDEN project in mapping European data to the OMOP Common Data Model. And this, I think, has a tremendous potential for future studies in Europe for regulatory purposes, for sure. But with the Charybdis project, using this network, we were able to provide reliable and timely evidence on the natural history of this new virus that greatly helped informing decision-making. We were able to show the similarities and differences in the characteristics of COVID-19 using very different types of databases from many different populations and population subgroups of interest. And also, this is quite obvious, but in such a big project and in the virtual world, we saw how important leadership and international collaboration were for the success of this project. We had 11 study leads for 16 manuscripts, 130 co-authors working in different tasks such as literature review, phenotype definition, data analysis, etc., and 25 data partners willing to run and rerun packages, as well as to provide us with feedback on the findings observed on their data. We also saw how important it is to use a common data model to provide comprehensive, valid, and reliable evidence. This allowed us to perform a study in a very large sample size from very heterogeneous settings and data, very fast, and making sure that the results were of high quality. Next, please. We also saw how important it is the Odyssey model of open science with full transparency in the generation of reliable and reproducible evidence. We made the protocol, the analytical codes, the phenotype definitions, the results, and the manuscripts publicly available as soon as possible. We are still working to get some of the papers published, but we were able to share the preprints already last year when these findings were extremely needed for our better understanding of the natural history of COVID-19. Next, please. So just want to finish now. Thank you for your attention and to everyone who helped to create the Charybdis monster to help fight the COVID-19 pandemic. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Talita, for an overview of a fascinating effort and for the effort, really. So this is very impressive and certainly many questions, probably in questions and answers about the differences between a new disease and our common setting. Thank you. To the next speaker, Karin van Baalen from Janssen will be talking not in her capacity as a head of global regulatory affairs in Janssen, but on behalf of EFPIA, and will be presenting on pharmaceutical industry's experience and challenges with real-world evidence submissions in marketing authorization applications, not geographically limited. And Karin has a long career in global regulatory affairs at Janssen and other companies, and has indicated as one of her areas of passion building future capabilities and managing talent and creating new leaders or helping to grow. So that is exactly what we are trying to do today. Please, the floor is yours, Kari.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and thank you for inviting me. And thank you for inviting EFPIA to speak today and for giving us the opportunity to share our experiences with respect to RWE submissions. Next slide. So my intention is not to repeat the great content of the previous speakers, but to reflect rather on the challenges as we see them and to offer our insights into potential solutions to those challenges. But before we dive in, just a brief summary. As Elizabeth already alluded to, generally the use of real-world data and real-world evidence is still an emerging field with limited systematic evaluation of experiences. We see that it contributes to medicine's development as well as to regulatory decisions in almost all phases now and in all different therapeutic areas, which is very exciting. Not surprisingly, of course, for many applications, its use is complementary to clinical trials. In the EU, we note that still many experiences come from conditional marketing authorizations and approval of orphan medicines. And it is, of course, a well-established approach to use RWE in the post-authorization phase. Next slide. As was indicated also by Dr. Duarte, as we are collecting experiences, looking at COVID-19 in particular seemed very interesting, as it provides a great example of how it can be used and how it is actually currently being used very effectively. But we also already noted some of the challenges of potentially inconsistent results. So we all witnessed that mining the vast amount of available data using RWE methodology has made it possible to provide important insights in, for instance, the comparative effectiveness of the vaccines and the treatments that are out there. It helps advance our understanding about our high-risk groups or the temporal trends or effectiveness even against emerging variants as we see and hear about every day. We see that the generation and collection is multi-dimensional and it's distributed across database owners, and therefore it is so critical that research designs, underlying data collection and processing platforms, as well as review processes and methodologies are validated and robust. We experience that collaboration is key amongst all actors across the spectrum, and it provides clearly a benchmark for future engagements. This is all very reassuring, but of course not without challenges. And so those challenges and potential solutions we want to address with you in more detail during the next couple of slides. Next slide, please. So the increased use of RWE in regulatory decision-making has been highlighted. And so it highlights also the need to ensure that the regulatory framework and all the processes reflect this evolution. And so we have 4 buckets that we wanted to highlight and discuss with you. So let's start with the advice procedures. The expanding scope of advice and the fast pace of innovation is such that development decisions have the potential to be delayed due to the lack of integration of some of those advice procedures. Secondly, we have heard about guidelines. Currently, the absence of guidelines and standards and a framework for submission means that there is a lack of predictability associated with submissions of applications containing such data as regards to what to submit, how to submit it, and how it will potentially impact product labeling. Thirdly, there's a lack of clarity, or secondly, as part of the guidelines, we also see that there is lack of clarity relating to GDPR and privacy, and that is a concern, especially with regards to sharing data for the purposes of secondary research. The third bucket is about technology. As the role of technology in clinical development continues to change, such as with the use of AI, it will also be increasingly relevant to have clarity on the required regulatory framework for evaluating such technologies in clinical development. And then last but not least, understanding the path that others have taken before you is especially interesting. So thus, transparency of how RWE is evaluated is critical, as is the transparency on how EMA will generate RWE itself, for instance, via Darwin EU. So considering each of these in turn, how might we address these? Next slide, please. Regarding advice procedures in this area, they are particularly important as methodologies may be novel and sometimes there's limited precedence for their use. Part of the advice may come from the use of qualification opinions, for instance, for the use of a particular patient registry. At the same time, we might ask for an advice with respect to novel methodologies using AI and RWE, or the use of digital tools that may also be needed. Hence, there may be a need for potential touch points and interdependencies for advice procedures. As such, an agile, iterative, and streamlined approach for dialogue would be beneficial. Such advice and the output of EPARs could then inform guidelines on an ongoing basis as a form of a learning system. And then changes based on updated advice could possibly be made available via Q&As rather than waiting for the next iteration of a guideline, thus allowing developers to benefit from it sooner. We imagine that designated specialist RWE input would provide a focus for such advice and facilitate interactions. From an international perspective, where advice has also been sought in the US, there may be opportunities for convergence on approaches internationally. And finally, alignment with HTA bodies on scientific advice is also still a key consideration for industry. Next slide, please. And this is about guidances. Guidances are, of course, an important tool to facilitate RWE submissions. So some general principles can be offered for consideration in their development. As said earlier, we believe that guidelines coupled with other formal learning initiatives should provide a greater sense of predictability with regard to submission elements, the outcome of an assessment, as well as which RWE use cases will be accepted to support regulatory decision-making. Such guidelines should be sufficiently flexible to allow for technology evolution, focusing more on principles rather than being prescriptive and directive. We believe this is especially important in evolving fields such as this field. So where would we focus? As we all know, the pathway for using RWE in monitoring safety is better established than of other use cases. As such, we believe that the focus of guidelines should be on the less well-established use cases, such as those relating to efficacy, where there are particular challenges to address. Within this scope, while there has been particular emphasis on use of RWE to support orphan and, for instance, oncology marketing applications, there are, of course, many other applications beyond this, where RWE will be positioned to address scientific questions that might not otherwise be answered, as we also heard from other speakers. As mentioned previously, clarity on the application of GDPR and privacy amongst member states in relation to secondary research is also important. And of course, industry welcomes the opportunity to provide input into the development of EMA's own procedures, such as those related to the operation of Darwin EU. And finally, I mentioned the convergence with FDA already, but international harmonization is also a consideration. We welcome the adoption by ICH of the new topic around pharmacoepidemiology safety studies that use RWE. However, we see opportunities for further harmonization within the field, beginning perhaps with the registry-based studies as a topic. We do recognize that maybe harmonization at a global level could be still considered premature. However, we believe that there are opportunities to benefit from streamlining approaches. Next slide, please. Zooming into details where guidelines would be helpful. So let's start by stating that we fully support the work of the Big Data Steering Group in developing a data quality framework. With respect to data standards, looking ahead in time, if companies are to be asked to submit patient-level data, whether for clinical trials or ultimately RWD, it will be important to understand in which context submission of such data may be needed. And we also need a discussion on what format to use, as there are no recommendations available currently. In addition to data standards, aspects such as system requirements, procedures for submission, validation of data, and so on, need to be addressed. A good example for collaboration on testing the operational aspects of submissions is the pilot between the Danish Analytics Center and FPA members in relation to uploading and analyzing clinical trial patient data. An additional challenge, of course, for sharing RWD is that many of the RWD databases are not held by the developers, so solutions need to be considered. Data protection considerations would also apply if the data are to be shared with regulators for a purpose other than for which it was originally intended. The third bullet speaks to the need for guidelines on submissions. We would be interested to learn more about the required level of detail on study designs, the various data sources, statistical analysis plans, etc., etc. Another very important point, which is the fourth bullet, is that we recommend that analytical methodologies is best addressed via flexible best practices or principles rather than strict guidelines. As mentioned before, this is especially important as some of the approaches are still evolving, so allowance for future development is needed. And finally, as regards qualification procedures, we very much welcome the regulator's initiative to review this procedure, and so we recognize that the current procedure is not ideal and would benefit from being optimized. Next slide, please. Moving to the challenge of new technologies, we all appreciate the role of new technology in the conduct of our clinical trials. The draft AI regulation highlights the challenges of this exciting and evolving field, especially for AI that qualifies as a medical device. However, AI is increasingly being used in a wide range of applications within clinical development, such as to facilitate recruitment or in data management. And as such, we would welcome a discussion on how EMA might evaluate those use cases that are relevant to regulatory decision-making. And lastly, moving to transparency. Given the limited precedents for using RWE in some scenarios, companies would welcome greater insight into the way RWE is evaluated in regulatory submissions and how it contributes to the risk-benefit conclusions. The product label should in turn reflect those RWE findings, in our opinion, and this could also be addressed more broadly in the EPARs. And last on our wish list on transparency is procedural guidance associated with the use of Darwin EU findings. We acknowledge that industry will not initially be able to leverage the Darwin EU infrastructure to generate RWE that supports its product, while of course there is interest in exploring the options for access in the longer term. For now, we believe that where findings are used to underpin the assessment of MAAs and to monitor their ongoing safety, transparency on the operational procedures for Darwin EU is needed, as well as procedures that allow for an opportunity to reply to Darwin EU findings. Because we imagine that there may be scenarios where the findings from Darwin EU do not corroborate and hence are inconsistent with existing evidence and or other RWE findings. And industry does need transparency for all of the Darwin EU analytical ecosystem and needs confidence in the provenance of the data. We believe that at minimum, procedural safeguards should be in place, giving the company a meaningful opportunity to examine, respond to, and critique Darwin EU findings where applicable. Next and final slide. So in summary, there are indeed many opportunities for collaboration amongst all stakeholders who are seeking to advance the successful use of RWE in the development and monitoring of new medicines, taking full advantage of all the benefits of these new technologies and methodologies. As such, we look forward to continued engagement through consultations, workshops, and potentially other fora as working groups, and of course, this meeting today. Thank you very much on behalf of the industry for allowing us this opportunity to speak to you today, and wishing us all a very productive workshop. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Karin. You called it a wish list, but I think it's a very well structured advice on how to go about discussing several points in today's topic. So thank you very much for this very structured insight. Now we have about 25 minutes for questions and answers. This is a session that should provide food for thought and discussion for the breakout sessions. So if we could try to target the questions so that we don't need them to be perfectly answered, but to generate further insights from the presenters to allow better discussions in the breakout sessions. So please let us start with questions, and Dani, you are the first.
Thank you so much. It's a question for Lisbeth primarily. I was quite interested to see how much real-world evidence data has been proposed for effectiveness or efficacy studies, which those of us interested in methods know are very tricky. And I was wondering whether you had, from the top of your head, Lisbeth, some idea on what kind of methods are people proposing to use to minimize confounding in the study of the effectiveness or efficacy of medicines. I know you presented on a few, but overall, what is your understanding of the robustness of those methods and what sort of methods were being proposed? Thank you.
Yes, thanks for your question. I think in general, what we see is that usually they propose real-world data as an external comparator, and indeed, in most cases, this is not considered sufficient due to the fact that usually the target groups are not similar enough to the trial population, for example, or it's the historical comparator is too old. It was in a different time period where treatment options were different from what they are now. So I think usually it was quite often proposed, but almost never sufficient for comparison.
Thank you.
Thank you. Brian, please.
Yes, thank you indeed, Arlar. Excellent presentations from all of the speakers. This is, I suppose, primarily directed toward Jeremy. One of the difficulties we have in the pediatric committee is quite often applicants state that trials are difficult to recruit because of the rarity of the condition and the difficulty or the time it will take to recruit to those trials, and therefore the potential complications for meaningful data. As such, we sometimes accept extrapolation concepts from adults down to children. So the question is really in two parts. First of all, did any of the real-world evidence that was that you highlighted in your presentation reflect difficulty in, or perceived difficulty or stated difficulty in recruiting to trials? And following on from that, how best might we go and try and ensure that any data that is generated as part of a real-world evidence gathering can be used to extrapolate into populations that may not be reflected within that real-world evidence pool? Thank you.
Well, thank you for the question. Let me see if I can do my best with that. So in terms of recruiting, I think I was reflecting on the reason that so many of the oncology medications seem to have real-world evidence associated with them, and also just the sheer number of oncology medications made that sort of the largest figure. And I think that difficulty in recruiting is reflected in that. it's, I would say, difficulty in recruiting, but also difficulty in finding the right comparator group if a comparator is needed. And so I think that lent itself very nicely to use of real-world data and real-world evidence in those cases. I can go back and look at specifically some of the rationales to the extent that they're stated, but I'm confident that was a rationale in a number of cases. In terms of the best way to extrapolate, that's a really interesting question. I think the question of treatment effect heterogeneity is sort of the underlying issue there, I would say. And so I'd say to the extent that the real world evidence can be able to shed some light on any potential treatment effect heterogeneity, I think that informs how well the evidence can be extrapolated to populations that weren't specifically studied as part of that real world analysis. So, for example, if the real world evidence has a number of patients, you see an overall treatment effect, you divide into subgroups, and you see a relatively consistent treatment effect in the subgroups, I think that hints at perhaps a lack of treatment effect heterogeneity, and thus I would feel more confident in generalizing further. But if I looked at those subgroup analyses and saw point estimates that were widely varying, I might be a little more cautious in going forward with any extrapolation. I hope that answered the question.
Yes, thank you. I think it highlights the potential difficulties involved. Appreciate it.
Thank you. An encouraging word to people who are typing specific questions to the chat. If questions are addressed to the speakers, please just use the opportunity to ask them. And Xavier, please.
Yes, thank you. I was struck by the fact that in the 3 studies that were mentioned on the use of real-world evidence for regulatory purpose, there were different percentages and probably different definitions of what was considered as real-world evidence. And so I know that Lisbeth has presented working definitions which were rather specific that was used in the EMA study. Can I have perhaps a reflection from Jeremy? And I see also that Helga Gardas-Dottir is on the call, and she was the leader of the study by Escola et al. What is your reflection about what are could we achieve some kind of standard definition of what is considered real-world data, real-world evidence when in submissions into regulatory applications? Thank you. Perhaps Jeremy, if you perhaps start.
Sure. I think unification of those definitions is very helpful. I think like you're saying, that the problem is partly definitional, but also a little bit the way that the question was structured. In our case, where we're working only with approvals, which I think affected the denominator in a strong way, versus drugs that were both approved and withdrawn. And so I think that denominator difference may have led to some of the differences, but certainly harmonizing on definitions of real-world data, real-world evidence, what it means to use real-world evidence, what it means to use real-world evidence for therapeutic context versus supportive evidence versus substantial evidence. I think all of those definitions could be unified, and thus we'd have a highly comparable number across different scenarios. But I agree that the numbers aren't sort of apples to apples at this point.
No, and I can only agree with Jeremy. We also, of course, didn't have access to the data of the EMA, and we based our assessments on the EPARs that were published. In doing so, we try to use some sort of a framework to structure the extraction, but we applied the definition in a really broad scope because the underlying data was not always clear. I think specifically for the clinical development part, what was used in the trials, or which type of data was used to support the trial. So in our case, I think that also explains a little bit why our numbers are probably higher than what was presented by Lisbeth. So I agree. We are maybe comparing apples with peers for some of these comparisons. However, what I think is comforting is that we saw for the certain types of therapeutic areas or for orphans, we saw the same type of patterns, which would indicate that we are assessing the similar things, although not to the same granularity as when you have actually access to the original document underlying the assessment.
Thank you. Further questions, colleagues? Have another 14 minutes.
Ala, maybe a question from the EMA building. Just extending
No,
that
Peter,
discussion
you are not allowed.
Go on, let me. Just extending that that discussion on definitions, maybe I could flip the question over to our industry colleagues. And Karen, maybe you could consider, regulators love definitions, and therefore there's a temptation to fix things. Would it be advantageous or disadvantageous to those, I'm thinking particularly in industry, who are trying to use real-world evidence to support the development, the authorization, and the supervision of medicines, if we did have definitions agreed, and I guess ideally whether those were agreed internationally? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the question, Peter. It's very important, I think, to all of us that we have mutual understanding about what we're talking. So as such, I think we all benefit from describing what we mean, so that there's no confusion in the terminology and in the concept. But on the other hand, you also heard me state in the presentation that flexibility is very much needed, and we know that when we are asking for guidelines, that we are not looking for very directive guidelines, but we do want to make sure that there is a lot of flexibility in terms of the methodologies that are being developed and that are being applied. So I think clarity on definition, yes, but flexibility in terms of the direction with respect to the utility of methodologies, so that there's flexibility to in the future as we are learning together what those new approaches, which robust new approaches are out there to address some of the points that have been addressed, like bias, etc., etc.
Thank you. Just once more an encouragement. If you have posted a comment in chat, maybe people are not able to follow all of these. So if you care to ask them yourself, or should I read some of them? Tom Brookland from Roche is asking a question to Jeremy. Does proactive communication with FDA include pre-specification of the protocol's statistical plans?
I would say that's a very good idea. I don't remember exactly the case, but there was one review that I read where FDA specifically commented that the RWE was potentially excellent. I'm paraphrasing here, but that because it had not been presented as part of the SAP, it was considered post hoc, and thus not given the full consideration. And so I would definitely say that kind of pre-planning, pre-discussion, pre-specification is an important part of that process, and I think that's reflected in some of the reviews that we read. Thanks for the question.
Thank you. Reisu, please.
Hello, I hope you can hear me okay. A question I think is to understand the data sources, particularly from EMA perspective. What's the acceptance of the data sources from other regions, particularly where the ethnic background might be different, like from Asia or African or other places? Thank you.
That's one for you, isn't it, Ala?
Well, any of the panelists wanting to address it with a experience of data from different regions.
Hi, this is Talita here. I think it's, well, in the case, for example, of the Charybdis project, it was very important to, I mean, we were studying a virus that was everywhere around the world, so it was important to have data from different countries. And one of the biggest limitations of that study was actually that we didn't have data from the Global South. And I think, yeah, data quality, it is an important, at least from a researcher perspective, it is an important point. In the case of the Charybdis project, for example, we do have a lot of tools that we use to ensure the data quality of the mapping of the data to a common data model, but also the quality of the data for a specific study. In this case, the Charybdis, we used the cohort diagnostics. So for example, for each definition, we had like a description of all the codes that were used for that a definition, and that was made publicly available when we had incidence rates of that condition in each database by age, sex, and by calendar time. So I think that's important. That was actually an important step before including a database in the study, to really assess if that database was suitable for this particular study. And I think that's an important step. But yeah, it would be nice to hear from the EMA perspective, what are their points of view on this.
Peter was not happy for me dropping the regulators ball, so Peter.
Yeah, so I feel nervous with a chair from the CHMP, but because the CHMP is the European Medicines Agency's Committee for the Authorization of Human Medicines, and so is the final arbiter, if you like, on evidentiary value. But I think a logical way to answer the question is to think about what is the research question, because there are some questions that may well be answered by data from anywhere in the world, as long as the data is of high quality, the methodologies are robust, and we have high levels of transparency on the methods applied, etc. I'm thinking of disease epidemiology and potentially product safety and product effectiveness. There are other research questions where the place that the data sit are critical. So drug utilization, if we want to understand drug utilization in France, well, we need to study data in France. If we want to look at the effectiveness of risk minimization, which is all about how medicines are used in a particular healthcare delivery system, then obviously we are interested in, if you like, local data. Just maybe to add to that, we are very interested in using data from outside the EU as well as inside the EU. But there are some nice examples of collaboration. One would be the work we did on DOACs, on bleeding and risk in particular, where we collaborated with the US FDA and Health Canada to increase the data available and therefore the power of the analyses. Obviously, there's lots of examples that have come out of COVID-19, particularly looking at small populations and at rare outcomes, where the analysis and the results will be much more impactful if you can have a bigger pool of data as a starting point. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Any further questions? Not at the moment.
Could I maybe
Xavier has one, please.
Yes, another question. That is a question to Karen. Actually, Karen, you had a menu of guidelines that you think would be useful to be developed on data quality framework, guidance on submission of patient-level data, on submission including real-world evidence. But at the same time, you made a plea for flexibility. So my question is, do you think that it is the time now to already develop guidelines on such topics and use of real-world evidence or use of real-world data, where we are still asking ourselves a number of questions, and this will be the case in this webinar? Do you think this is the optimal time for developing guidelines by regulators?
Yeah, I thank you for the question. Yeah, we think that the time is there to start. Of course, we all know that developing guidelines is a is a back and forth. So we think it's time to start and to make sure that we that we engage in the conversation of what would be helpful. And then I mentioned flexible, make sure that they are future proof, that they would further be revised. But so it's really that journey that we believe we should get started. We also are aware that indeed also FDA have launched their 3 guidelines as was mentioned. So I think the international conversation is also starting, and we believe that also in Europe there's an opportunity to follow that path and then look at what more specificity we would need, or where we would think that maybe it's too directive because there is need for further flexibility. So so yeah, let's get started. I think that would be our plea.
Thank you, and thank you, Xavier, for the question. I was about to ask about the reflections on where the guideline helps and where it is too general, or we have too few user cases to extend or extrapolate to generalize. But that's probably the point where we are currently. Maybe Talita, if I could ask a question, which I started earlier. In your project, it was a new disease and things had to be invented while doing these studies. How many of the issues you identified there derived from the fact that it was a new disease, or are all these issues actually rather common to also the usual practice and common diseases? Thank you.
I think in our case, the main issue was actually, the mapping of the data to the almost common data model. So we needed all this data to be mapped in order to perform the analysis and understand what was going on. But at the same time, we were just collecting new data about the disease because it was obviously a new disease. So we had to, for example, most databases were mapping their data once a year or updating their data once a year. And here we had to start first updating our databases more often, and then at the same time mapping the data. And then I think that was one of the challenges at the time for this particular study. I don't know if that answered the questions. I'm thinking now about other thing. I mean, obviously it was a big study, 25 databases from many countries, and it was quite challenging also the management of who was running the study and getting the results together. But I think, yeah, making everything, I think transparency was the key in our case, because, from the protocol to the results, we were making everything publicly available as soon as we had results, even for just 1 or 2 databases. And I think that actually helped, decision makers to see the results while they were being produced. And we're not used to do that. I think in science, we're used to, we ran our study, we publish our results. And in this case, we were actually making the results publicly available while we were producing them. And this way they could be used before even being published in a journal.
Yes, thank you. I believe many of the variable definition differences and mapping to a common model must be common in other fields too. I had a hand up from Martin Kaiser for a moment. It disappeared. Martin, would you like to ask your question or?
Yeah, thank you very much. Hi, I'm a hemato-oncologist on behalf of EHA here today. Thank you very much for the opportunity. I was just wondering, I mean, we are participating, and I'm seeing this as well as an individual clinician here, in quite a number of real-world data collections that are effectively coming through to us as real-world data collection research. So how do you see the risk of potentially through this route having ultimately discrepancies with what actually is happening in your overall population, which is captured on your electronic healthcare record system by capturing only that real world data that is the current aim of a project? In other words, would the electronic healthcare records need to be in the long term aligned to the purposes of this? Otherwise, there might be effectively heterogeneity of outcomes that you get in your different databases that you're generating for real world evidence.
This is a very wide a question of very wide implications to how we actually practice medicine, I think. Would anyone want to address it?
I can jump in. I think that's critical, and maybe thinking sort of the other direction causally, right? I think if the EHR does not capture the information that's needed, then it's not a viable source for a particular real world study. And so I mean, that's sort of I think de facto true in some ways. And in the FDA work that we did, we saw a lot of cases where fitness of purpose of the data was questioned, and made the study kind of not a reliable source of evidence. And so I would say, even if the EHR is sort of not tuned for a particular study, but it still has the data, then it can be fit for purpose. But if not, then not. And so I don't know that we need to necessarily redesign all the systems, right? But we do have to be very conscious of what the system was designed to do, what it was not designed to do, when deciding that that's the right source of information for a particular study.
Yes, thank you. There are a number of questions in chat box, but we are going to take only those who are brave enough to speak, because we are a minute over the time, I think. So, and some of these might address actually the same issue. Is it Professor Maggioni behind the family name here, please?
Thank you, Alan. I am a cardiologist. Regarding the sources of data, when I had the opportunity to analyze data derived from observational studies, large registries done by specialists, we had the opportunity to see a lot of clinical variables, very useful, but we had almost always the problem of a good representativeness of the data. On the contrary, when we had the opportunity to analyze claims data or electronic health records, the representatives were very good. The problem was the scarcity of clinical data to define, for example, the severity of the disease. In the FDA or EMA example of data provided, there were similar problems. Or the solution probably is to enrich electronic health records with clinical data, as in an initiative that the European Society of Cardiology initiated quite recently, and Ala know very well the EuroHeart initiative. Are there the similar problems in the FDA or EMA data provided by companies for market authorization or change of indication?
I'm very sure that the issues are exactly similar. It doesn't really matter if we go in from an academic perspective or quality perspective in healthcare, or a study that needs to be done for a regulatory purpose. I believe we are in the same place, and if we can have an impact how we document clinical practice better and in a more standardized way, that will certainly help. A final comment from Susanna, or if EMA tells me that we have to stop, then no comment from Susanna, but I hope we can have one further comment and then switch to introduction to breakout.
I think we're okay. I think we're okay.
Sorry. Thank you very much. Indeed, I just wanted to make a reflection as co-chair of the European Network of Centers of Pharmacoepidemiology and Pharmacovigilance, as you know, EMA-supported network of researchers in Europe. And obviously, this does not make up for the pending regulatory guidances to industry and those of us who do regulatory standard research in Europe. But sometimes those in the research community that have been out there for quite a while, working strongly on epidemiology and statistical methods, and in the context of NCEP developed the NCEP guidance on methods, there's a feeling that RW is something new. And for many colleagues that come new to this field, I just wanted to reiterate that we have
decades of experience that has been definitely mostly focused on safety, but there's a lot of elements in methods guidance that are out there. Wanted to refer to the NCEP guided standards, also to the International Society of Pharmacoepidemiology. And there is a lot of concern around confounding, lack of confounding information. But when we've seen many of the feedback that Jeremy has referred to and Elizabeth in some of these regulatory evaluation, very often the feedback goes to the very basic elements of epidemiological and statistical principles when designing study, the alignment of time of eligibility, time of intervention, and then the start of follow-up. So I just wanted to give a plaque to make sure that we can build on everything that we have learned so painfully over the last 2 decades. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So we have achieved quite a bit in trying to agree how we go about generating real-world evidence, and further we go on this journey. So thank you for the stimulating presentations and also for all the questions, colleagues. I think we have a very good place to go forward to the breakout sessions, and Xavier Kurz will have an introduction to where we are heading to now. There are people about whom we always say that he does not need any introduction, but Xavier is head of data analytics at European Medicines Agency and has always been present when there's something exciting going on in developing new methods in first pharmacovigilance, but now wider in using these methods in other types of evidence generation. Xavier, please.
Thank you, Ala. Thank you for the introduction. So I'm going to introduce the breakout sessions by summarizing first a few conclusions from previous webinars that have been organized by EMA in order to avoid to start from scratch. So next, I would like to summarize a conclusion from 3 workshops on data standardization, artificial intelligence, and the technical workshop on real-world metadata. Next slide. Next one. So the data standardization workshop aimed at better understanding the potential synergies from existing standards. And in the presentations, core challenges for use of electronic healthcare data were highlighted, such as incomplete or inaccurate data collection, heterogeneity of data, or problems of combinations of different data sources. The presentations also stress the need for a mandatory minimum standard framework for better interconnectivity between networks, for early submission of a statistical analysis plan, taking into account country-specific characteristics, and also for data quality. Next slide. And the discussion of this data standardization webinar highlighted the lack of standards, the need for a consistent terminology that can be influenced by regulators, the importance of education, the need for metadata, and the need for standards to access data. Next slide. The artificial intelligence workshop aimed at looking at state-of-the-art AI applications and at collecting the views of stakeholders. And the stakeholders expressed a number of views that and expressed their priorities being to develop the framework to access and validate artificial intelligence, to build partnerships, and to upskill staff across the regulatory network. So education was an important aspect. Next slide. The stakeholders of this webinar also expressed 15 recommendations for topics to be addressed in the future. And you may see that for many of them, they will be addressed in the breakout session. So these recommendations from the AI webinar were not specified, were not described and detailed. However, we will now go ahead and in these breakout sessions to address some of them in greater details. Next slide. The metadata workshop started from the process involving the use of real-world evidence between the formulation of a research question and the decision-making. And two steps were considered critical: the identification and characterization of data source and of appropriate data source, and the transparency and reproducibility of studies. The tools that exist are the NCEP resource database and the EU PASS register, but both now have been developed more than 10 years ago and have a number of shortcomings. Next slide. So for the NCEP resource database, there are limitations in the current data field that are considered insufficient to identify key characteristics that may be needed now to address the relevance of the registered data source. There are also some issues of data maintenance and of update of the information. Some of these data sources have not been updated for at least 2 years, and there are a number of limitations in terms of functionalities, as the possibility to search and export is rather minimal or very not extensive. Next slide. For the EU PASS register, the current data field should be updated also and tailored to the scope of the studies and address more recent concerns and more recent information that are needed to be included. There are also need to improve the data maintenance and to foster and to strengthen the updating of the studies that are being registered. And also a limitation in terms of functionality. Searching and exporting may not be optimal at this stage. Next slide. So a number of projects have been started. The first one is the Minerva project that started last year, with main outcomes being the definition of a set of metadata to characterize data sources and facilitate the selection, and to pilot the process of collecting this data source to populate a catalog of data source. Next slide. The second project that is starting now will address a data quality framework by providing data quality principles, defining data quality dimension and data quality standards. Next slide. And then the next step will be also to rebuild a catalog, the catalog of data source and the catalog of studies that will be linked, allowing to make the link between the data source that used in studies and how the studies are performed, and so that will provide information on the richness of the data source that may be used. So next slide. Let's go to the breakout sessions. The aim of the breakout sessions will be to discuss views and proposals on how to strengthen optimal use of real-world evidence for regulatory purpose. So there are 5 breakout sessions of 1 hour and a half each. As was highlighted already, the attendance was assigned, and I will explain you how this will happen just afterwards. Each breakout session will have short introductory presentations in order to set the scene and introduce the question that will be asked. There will be a chair, and there is a rapporteur, and all the rapporteurs are colleagues from the Data Analytics and Methods Task Force from EMA. And we would like that the discussion should focus on proposals on how to improve rather than on what is not going well. This is an open discussion, so for the breakout sessions are not recorded and not broadcast, and there are so 3 or 4 questions to be answered, and the chairs know these questions and will have prepared that. We then expect an active participation, and you may expect that there may be a tour de table for the participation that will be for the participant that will be there. So there is time, 1 hour and a half, so you will have the time to provide your views, opinions, suggestions, proposals. In the beginning of the afternoon, there will be a report by the rapporteur. So the chair and rapporteur will have about an hour to prepare short presentation, with one slide per question. Next slide. Just to summarize, you already have the agenda, but these are the breakout sessions. The first one will be shared by Marion Pasmoy from the regulatory authority from the Netherlands. This is on fitness of real-world data for regulatory purpose. The second one is a platform for stakeholders consultation, will be shared by Juan Garcia, who is head of public and stakeholders engagement at the EMA. Then Inka Aikinen from Europa Bio will be shared the breakout session on process optimization. The training and expertise will be shared by, I forgot the name, Marilena Vrena from the European Health Network. And then the last one on heterogeneity of result between data source will be shared by Daniel Prieto from University of Oxford and Erasmus University Medical Center, Rotterdam. Next slide. So how is it going to work? So we are on time, and within the next 15 minutes, the breakout sessions will be automatically activated, so you will not have to do much work. You will receive on your screen a message asking to join the breakout session, and you have just to select join now. Next slide. If you would like to join the breakout session after it is in progress, there will be a participant panel, and then with a button join, and you can click join. And next one, at the end, you will see a message like this message saying that the breakout sessions are closing, and you will then automatically return to the main meeting. So the breakout session will last an hour and a half. This is planned, but we are not going to reconvene just after the breakout session. We will reconvene at 1:45 to get the report of the breakout session and to discuss the main recommendation, the main conclusion from each breakout sessions. So I just can say now to you, have a good discussions, have fun also by discussing these questions. And so we will close this plenary session one now, and you will be invited to enter your breakout session.
Thank you, Xavier. Let's go.
Okay, welcome back, everybody. I hope that you have had a good breakout session and nice discussions. We will restart the plenary session of the Learnings Initiative workshop, and we will go ahead with the report from the breakout sessions. There will be a slight changes in the agenda. So we will swap the report from the breakout session 2 and the breakout session 5. So we will start with the 1, then 5, 3, 4, and 2, due to the availability of some people. I suggest then that we start immediately with the report from breakout session 1, which was shared by Marion Pasmoy, and the rapporteur is Kelly Plushke. And Kelly, may I then give you the floor?
Yes, thanks, Xavier. I guess we'll just share my slides, right, before sending them to Yolanta. It's gonna be faster. Let me just open them. Okay. Great. Can you see them? I will just make.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, very good.
Okay, great. So our breakout session was about fitness of real-world data for regulatory purpose. And the first question was, what information about real-world data should be included in regulatory applications to support decision-making? So here we all agreed that really the first step before we do anything is to clarify the research questions. And then this will, so that's the first step. And then what we have to do is to look at the landscape of all available real-world data sources, and we should not do the other way around, basically. What is important as well is to do, once we have a landscape, a list of real-world data sources identified, we should do a feasibility analysis. That then will help identify which of these data sources is fit for purpose to answer the study question. And here, I think all the group agreed that what is included in the CHMP guideline on a registry-based study is very useful to drive this analysis, and it provides a very comprehensive list of important information that needs to be considered to assess the suitability of a research of a real-world data source. I think a colleague from the network indicated that we should have a very wide overview of which data sources exist, not to just look at one or two. And we should look at what they collect, what is their coverage in terms of geographical coverage, but also what data they collect from which care setting, primary, secondary, what's the frequency of data updates that can be very important, especially in the frame of a pandemic, and whether they capture data on medicinal products, and there were other examples of information that needs to be clearly outlined in terms of what is collected. But also it's important to be aware of the limitations for each of the data source. So what are the pros and cons of using these data sources to try to answer the study questions? And here we say that very important is to discuss as early as possible among all stakeholders involved, so industry, data custodians, and also regulators. Transparency is key here. Very important for data custodians to publish as much data as possible, as much information as possible on what data they collect, how and how much they are validated. And here there were references to the catalogs of data sources that are being developed, the Eden one, including data sources that implement the OMOP data model, I think, the Minerva and the Data Quality Framework project that will help have this overview of data sources that exist. There was a colleague as well said that real-world data should be used as much as possible because it provides a real representativeness in terms of patient characteristics. And that can be very useful to take into account in the context of a disease. So it can provide natural history of a disease and also standard of care. And another colleague from industry as well highlighted that it would be useful to have specific time points during the development to help discuss with regulators on the need for real-world data, but this will have to be taken into account of the whole data package. So, and here we flag that obviously you have scientific advice procedures that are in place, and colleagues or applicants, research organization may come at any time with questions they may have on real-world data and protocols. So the second question was about whether the feasibility analysis that is outlined in the CHMP guideline on registry-based study can be applicable to other real-world data sources, and which should be additional aspects that can be included. So here we said it's important to have a broad understanding of real-world evidence because that's not limited to only registry data or electronic health record data. We should take into account information that may come from digital health technologies. And I'm sorry because I think this is not the latest version of my slides, but anyway. And these digital health technologies can provide important information, especially, for example, on OTC products, because these are not under prescription. So we cannot find information on these drugs from claims data, for example. Important to take into account patients' reported outcomes. because this information may not always be captured in real-world data sources. So it's important when we do a feasibility analysis to try to identify the best data sources to use for a specific study. We need to understand whether, first of all, this is captured by the data source, and if yes, how this is done, and how much information we can retrieve from the data sources. And here there was a colleague who flagged that there might be some need for guidance on this aspect. Informed consent, sorry, there is a typo on the slide. A colleague mentioned the GDPR, and basically when collecting data from patients within these real-world data sources, we should mention that so the informed consent should be as broad as possible to allow for research and data sharing. But obviously this will have to be taken on a case-by-case basis because for the sake of the study, we need to take into account the design, whether it's primary data collection or secondary use of data. So the third question was about quality. So should minimum quality requirements be established in submission of real-world data for regulatory purposes? It's a very broad question, and that needs to be, it will be context specific. This will depend what data elements will be needed to be captured for the study and what impact each of these data elements will have or can have on the analysis and the results. And sometimes it's possible to minimize the data, the quality issues that may be encountered by the use of a specific real-world data source, thanks to adjustments, for example. So this needs to be we need to understand that within a feasibility analysis. And also it's important to define what we mean by quality, because there are different aspects. Do we mean quality of the data collected, quality when mapping the data, quality of the analysis? So this needs to be very clear. Importance of validation of the data in order to increase confidence in data quality. And here a colleague mentioned the validation studies that they do within Odyssey. For example, they have done a study to validate cancer data. So they looked at cancer diagnosis captured in primary care, and they linked that with cancer registries to try to identify the validity of the data. And very important as well to describe within a feasibility analysis the data quality management process at the level of a real-world data source as well. A colleague also flagged that it would be important to agree on metadata for a specific study. So that will be probably the data elements that will be required to capture for a study. And then to look at how well these are collected across the data sources that will have been identified that could be used for this study to compare the quality of the data. To compare the quality of the data across the different databases that may be used for a specific study. And the last question was, are there any other important aspects of real-world data that needs to be taken into account? Here, colleagues mentioned that regulators and HTA, healthcare payers, may be interested in the same data, but for different purposes. And it's important to take into account the needs of HTA bodies as much and as early as possible during the drug development process. A colleague, for example, mentioned the need for comparative data against standard of care. That is very important for HTA. Joint scientific advice are very, very useful. Joint scientific advice between regulators and HTA, but also between the regulators across the globe. So there have been already some joint scientific advice between EMA and FDA, but maybe not many. And we have clusters in place with other regulatory agencies that could be leveraged to try to harmonize advice given on real-world data. So the the conclusion of the last note here is we need to foster understanding of real-world data and its application in regulatory decision making, so we can harmonize acceptance across regulatory agencies. And we see now there is a consistency, at least in our guidance or guidelines between EMA and FDA, but we should not stop here. We need to continue our collaboration to make sure that we make the most of real-world data in regulatory assessment and regulatory decision making.
Okay, thank you, Kelly.
I think that's it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly. These are very important points. Marion, would you like to add a word or have just provide a conclusion or?
Yeah, thank you, Xavier and Kelly already summarized it very clearly. I think one of the main outcomes of the meeting was really starting with the research question and doing a broad analysis of all the sources that are available, and not already focusing specifically on one source that you may have in mind. And then from that on, you can start to discuss all these different aspects that are also mentioned in the CHMP guideline and the feasibility analysis, and those are in principle supported. And we have dived into more detail on specific aspects of those, like informed consent, for instance. So, but I think it was a very good summary of Kelly.
Thank you, Marion. Can I ask if are there any questions for clarifications or question or comments or additional comments on this report? I don't see any. I will ask then one question is, you mentioned for question 2, there was a recommendation or a wish to have guidance on integration of patients' perspective in real-world evidence. Can you perhaps elaborate on this? What is meant by integrating patient perspective in real-world evidence? Is it, yeah? Kelly or Marion, I don't know, yeah, if you can provide some clarification on this.
I can try, and Kelly can add, and I think it was also from Michelle that raised that point. It was mentioned that so what is important for the patient, and that to enrich a registry for patient-reported outcomes, and so that also the patient perspective should be taken into account. And then we were talking and discussing also further from that what the quality of those aspects would be, because there may be also more variability in the quality if you have those aspects. And then also this need for more guidance on how to do that was mentioned. If that gives a little bit more clarification, Xavier? You're muted currently.
It's Michelle. Would you like to provide additional information or explain your okay, can I have them?
Xavier.
Yes,
apologies. Yeah, I was just unmuting. Yeah, I think what's important as we look at registry-based studies and collecting data that's relevant, we need to be also looking at outcomes of interest, what's relevant to the patient, and what are the outcomes of interest that are relevant to the patient. So looking at, can we capture data on patient-reported outcomes, patient preference information, and even more novel patient-generated health data? This is sometimes overlooked, and it mightn't always be in the source data. So again, as we look at, broader data sources, are there different data sources that we can integrate into the registry study that will include patient outcome data as well?
This is John Concato from FDA. When this came up in the breakout session, I think there was consensus support among all of those who spoke up in terms of the aspirational goals involved. But from the FDA perspective, or my perspective, not speaking on behalf of FDA officially, we're working on patient-focused drug development in the clinical trial portion of the landscape, so to speak. So there are challenges already when one has primary data collection, a prospective infrastructure, and a protocol in an interventional study. So we also aspire to be more patient-focused on the non-interventional, aka observational side. I think we have to acknowledge that there are even greater strides that have to be made and more challenges that have to be overcome. It's a worthy goal, and we are working in that direction. But we already have issues with, say, outcomes that aren't that aren't patient reported. So I think we have to be realistic as we all row in the same direction towards the goal we seek. Thank you.
Yes, I have an additional question about this, because I'm not specialist of patient-reported outcomes, but I have in mind that patient-reported outcomes are often related to quality of life measures or disability measures, which are difficult, which are normally not captured, if I'm not mistaken, in routinely in a clinical skill record, and are more easily captured by specific studies or surveys, isn't it?
That's one of the challenges I'm referring to. You provided a specific example, Xavier, that would I think fit nicely into my general comment about data aren't always there. But on the other hand, the same way that, for example, FDA is supporting demonstration projects to improve the quality of real-world data in general, like the One Source initiative comes to mind, among others, or there's also the iCares that's trying to have RESIST criteria in oncology be, part of the EHR. We certainly can extend the scope to try to have more patient reported factors, but it's a heavy lift, to use a phrase.
Mm-hmm. Okay, then, Martin Kaiser, you raise your hand.
Yeah, and sorry, maybe a slightly naive comment, but from the healthcare professional side, probably it is, of course, the highest aim that we all have to have high quality data and ensure the relevant questions. I think somewhat in line with the previous comment, there is, of course, the established route of because this data requires interpretation by healthcare professionals in many circumstances, in addition to the electronic health records. It's actually, especially if we're looking into the very specialized applications of, for example, hemato-oncology, speaking in terms of EHA here or the like, where the interpretation is hallmark, and the routes that currently I think are most prevalent are the ones that have been established through research trials in terms of holding the infrastructure as well. And if I think about workforce future planning in terms of healthcare professionals, if there is an expectation of high quality data sets in the future to be generated, I think this has to be taken into account as to who is meant to be interpreting these data sets for these registries. And I think that's something that for me in practicalities immediately of course becomes apparent. There are very good examples, and I think professional entities like EHA are working very closely with the EBMT database, for example, for cellular therapies. But one shouldn't ignore that these routes, which are working already very well, are the product of 20 years plus of innovation funding into cellular therapies and stem cell transplantation, which have always played a very specific role, and speaking in terms of an analogy, probably are the Bugatti amongst the healthcare systems investments anyway. So if this is meant to be working at a broader level, then I think it's an important consideration.
Yeah, thank you. A good point. Ken and Marian, I have an additional question. You mentioned for question 3 that there was comment on the importance of validation studies, and you referred to the study on cancer data. This is a question that we are asking ourselves frequently. Should we do that? Can we do this? And how frequent do you think that it is really possible to do extensive validation studies that, like confirmation of diagnosis, which may be very costly actually, and may take some rather large amount of time. How practical is it in practice, or is it just for a few cases that could be generalizable to the real-world data?
I think regarding validation, there were two things mentioned. The first point was that it's also important, for instance, for a registry or other data source to validate it and also to know how it is validated, because that is regularly done for some aspects, and that can be part of the feasibility analysis. So if you have a question, you have multiple sources. So how do these different sources, how do they validate those their data on a regular basis? So that can be already sort of part of collecting the data and the validation. And the other part was there were a few examples mentioned. I have to look back into my notes who did it, and there was also this, I think Talita mentioned a few examples where, for instance, women had prostate cancer, or people were still having medicines after they, medicine prescription after they had passed away. So those can be also part of your validation and quality control to see if that is not part of your data. Another aspect that was mentioned in our session with Talita was also to have different data sources and compare those as well, the results, to have sort of validation of the findings that you have found in this one single data source. So it will, of course, really responding specifically to your question, of course, it will be depend also if it will be a completely separate study or if it's already a part of your everyday analysis. But if you see that some things are not correct, you may start to doubt also other parts of your data. So it's a very important aspect, and there's also a need that you trust also the data that you're going to use.
Yeah, okay, very, very clear answer. Thank you. Okay, I think that we can move on to the next breakout session, and we will go to breakout session 5. And the chair is Daniel Prieto, and the report will be made by Alexandra Pacurariu. Alexandra?
Yes, hello, hi. Actually, Danny would like to present this part.
Okay.
Thank you, Alex.
So I give the floor to him.
Yeah. Jolanta, do you want to share our presentation, please? There you go. Okay. Thank you so much. Yeah, so we had a very interesting discussion on a very interesting topic, of course, which is the discussion on heterogeneity of data sources and results across databases. If we go to the next slide, please, we had a total of 4 questions that we wanted to answer. The first one was about how frequent or how common it was to observe heterogeneity in pharmacoepidemiology, possible explanations for heterogeneity, and whether it can be a source of knowledge. I think the summary of our discussion on this specific question was that we want to identify the wanted heterogeneity, so that would be when heterogeneity comes from a true, from the truth, and kind of disentangle the unwanted heterogeneity that could be related to issues to do with bias or low power and the likes. We recognized 4 types of heterogeneity: the measurement heterogeneity, information heterogeneity, and the true or wanted heterogeneity. And then a 4th one, which was about how we interpret heterogeneity. So some people might say that a statistical significance or not might be a metric for heterogeneity, and we kind of disagreed with that as a way to disentangle heterogeneity. We reflected on the importance to come up with metrics to measure database heterogeneity and to align on those, and similarly also to agree on which metrics should be used to say that two studies or a study run across numerous databases is giving you consistent results. I don't think, or we didn't think, there was a very clear definition on these issues, and we thought that was important. Finally, we kind of recognized or acknowledged the importance of heterogeneity, and we discussed the need for a balance to minimize the unwanted heterogeneity whilst preserving the heterogeneity that might be true and that is unique to real-world data when compared to more controlled experiments like trials. Next slide, please. The second question was about whether we could anticipate heterogeneity, and there was the example of metadata or other means. The summary of the discussion would be that metadata is perceived as a useful tool, necessary but not sufficient, and additional tools were discussed and might be needed. We discussed for a bit the risk of heterogeneity being interpreted as lack of reliability, bias, etc., especially in the past or historically. We recognize the importance of metadata and how it can help us, but cannot really solve the issue entirely. We discussed the value of clinical phenotype libraries that are stable, transportable, and can be used in different databases. And then we discussed for a bit a number of study-specific tools that we had experience with, including, for instance, cohort diagnostics or analytical diagnostics, summary scores like propensity scores that could be used potentially before conducting a study to tease out which database is fit for purpose for a specific question. And along those lines, we also kind of course discussed that there has to be a limit to that so that you cannot really figure out the results before you do the analysis. And finally, there was a little bit of a discussion on how data quality assessments could also be useful to anticipate heterogeneity when that heterogeneity is going to come from low data quality. Third slide. Third one was remedies to attenuate heterogeneity at the study design stage with the example of restriction provided. The summary of the discussion was that restriction is too costly in real-world evidence because it will potentially remove useful or wanted heterogeneity. And we discussed alternative tools or alternative ways that could be used more widely and maybe are not being used not near enough. Restriction, in particular, we said that while appropriate for some questions, has this very high cost of sacrificing potentially valid or useful heterogeneity in real-world evidence. Additional or alternative solutions that we discussed included the use of metadata to identify fit-for-purpose databases, the use of cohort diagnostics and the likes, as in the previous slide, and then also potentially additional tools like negative control outcomes to identify or address systematic error, residual confounding, and the likes. Finally, we acknowledge the importance of study design choices to minimize the unwanted heterogeneity, and some of us discussed the importance of visualization tools to kind of prevent or preempt that type of unwanted heterogeneity. Next slide, please. Fourth and last, this was about how heterogeneity should be interpreted in the context of regulatory evaluations and whether meta-analysis could be useful. We discussed the challenges associated with meta-analytic approaches, and we kind of, I think we entirely agreed on the need to report database-specific results, and then discussed for quite a long time the potential issues with meta-analysis, including, well, the problem that typically when you have too much heterogeneity, you will not meta-analyze, which kind of defeats the purpose. And also the issue of small cell counts, like in rare disease or rare outcome analysis, where if a database shows that even in a very large population, you find 0 outcomes, which potentially is giving you valuable information, that information will be discarded when you do a meta-analysis for mathematical reasons. And we discussed potential old solutions like mental Hensel estimates and potentially also novel or IT and AI solutions that could help us in the future or in the near future. And finally, we had a little bit of a digression and a discussion on the public health value of access to patient-level data for very specific studies where we are looking at rare disease and conditions where it's unlikely that that meta-analysis will be useful, and where potentially having data from different places together in the same pot could help us maximize power. Alex, did I miss anything important, do you think?
No, I think that was a very good summary. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I ask you just a question for clarification, because you used the term phenotype libraries, and the phenotype is a term that is very trendy now, but it's can you, so you mentioned from question 2, I think, that it's important to have phenotype libraries. Can you just explain a bit what is meant by that term?
Yes, so that's a point that was raised by our colleague, Professor Peter Reinweg, who I think couldn't stay in the afternoon session, but I'll do my best. So yeah, I think the term clinical phenotype is sometimes used as an equivalent to algorithms or ways to identify outcomes. Some people minimize that to just talk of code lists. I think we're talking about something a little bit more complex and more nuanced, which is the actual kind of computation of those phenotypes, which can include, of course, code lists or concept lists, but also the inclusion criteria, potentially time anchors, and the likes. And that is what Peter suggested could be helpful in this context, having phenotypes that we agree are useful to identify certain outcomes and that we agree can be transported to databases participating in a study, giving us a similar answer, or identifying a similar phenotype or a similar clinical entity. I don't know if somebody else wants to say something more about this. I know Patrick, for instance, Patrick Ryan is in the audience and has a lot of experience with this.
I think you summarized it well, Danny. I think that the opportunity for heterogeneity is, as you separated wanted versus unwanted, is can we ensure that we're actually looking at the same outcome, and can we determine that before we do the analysis? In which case, we're going to be observing wanted heterogeneity, as opposed to unwanted would just be we actually have defined the outcome differently for unintended purposes. And I think doing upfront research into the phenotype development and evaluation and having that be part of a library that's used a priori could really guide that heterogeneity exploration.
Okay, thank you, Patrick. I do not see any other question now, but I have one. For question 2, I think that it is good that you make a very strong message that restriction is too costly, because, well, this is a temptation then, so to restrict the common denominator, and which may then lead to lose a large number of observation. But when then I see to the other proposal, there are not so many other options except trying to use negative controls, or which is, well, made it difficult. So this is, I understand that this should be at this level of study design that solution should be found, and I would like to hear a bit more about it, how study design then could be could help, either anticipate or minimize heterogeneity. I see that, Susanna, it seems that it is one of your suggestions. You are on the call. Would you like to make a comment about it?
Well, sure. Thank you. Indeed, our reaction was restriction is often used and actually very often used in experimental research, and it's very useful to establish clear causal inference. But on our side, we're always worried about restricting to the extent that in the end you're not sure whether the effect will also be applicable to to other populations not included in the study. So we thought, I mean, we don't have I don't think we came up with any magic solution to this, but what we thought is what would be important is to characterize the sources of heterogeneity, try to do groupings, and potentially stratify analysis by, for instance, data sources that in order to raise to a clinical event have information from primary care, secondary care, and hospitalizations, and others that only have primary care, to start to see the source of the heterogeneity and how it can influence the final results of the study. So that's why visualization of both the study design, which we thought was very important in reducing heterogeneity, the unwanted heterogeneity across studies, and then the visualization of the sources of heterogeneity from other origins, like origin of the data that give rise to data banks that compose a data source, etc. We thought it was very important. And I think we discussed briefly that for the visualization of the design, there's already this tool developed by the Harvard team that I think is being used more and more in our area to make sure that we see clear alignment of time of eligibility, what is baseline information, timeline of exposures, assignment, and start of the follow-up.
Okay, thank you. Okay, can I then ask Talita, because well, you also mentioned heterogeneity in your presentation on the study that you presented. So you have probably with I don't know, you mentioned 25 database. So
Yes.
did you first of all did you try or could you attenuate somehow heterogeneity, and if not, how did you then manage with handle the variability in results?
Well, in that case, the study was a very descriptive study, a characterization study, where we really needed different databases to tell the story of what was going on with the COVID-19 pandemic, from those persons that were getting tested, from those that were being positive tested, and those that were hospitalized and dying with the disease. So in the case, it really depended, like, although we had 25 databases, we didn't use 25 databases in each study. So we had to prioritize, and for example, for the question of what are the drugs that are being used in hospital settings, the study I showed earlier today, we didn't use, I think, maybe, I don't remember the number exactly, but we didn't use 25 databases. Because not all those databases had information on drug use in hospital setting. And then for other questions, like what are the difference between patients with a diagnosis of cancer in terms of COVID-19 outcomes, we did use many databases because we could use, data from primary care and also hospital settings. So in that case, I think we needed to have data from different settings and different type of data, like claims, electronic health records, and data from different countries to tell the story. Because what we saw was that what was going on in South Korea was not the same as what was going on in Spain or Europe and the US. So I don't know, Danny and Patrick, if you want to add anything else to that.
No, I think you summarized it very well, Talita, and I think that's the wanted heterogeneity we were talking about, right? Like in the study we've just completed, looking at coagulopathy and thrombosis following COVID. Most of the literature, and there's a lot of literature out there, has focused on inpatient people, inpatient hospitalized COVID-19 cases, where the average rate is like 10-15%. But of course, those people by definition are older, have more comorbidity. So they are a very special subset. And we found it very useful to have access to data from outpatient and primary care data, as well as inpatient data, to notice that difference. And we do need that heterogeneity.
Okay, I do not see any other questions, and therefore I will continue myself. Because I would like to come back to restriction. I think I assume that when you mentioned restriction, it was restriction of patients or study population. What
Yes.
about now restriction of data sources? So would you
Yes,
like to select data source that you want in order to have specific characteristics of the population? Or
yes, Javier. So we focus on restriction as in terms of exclusion criteria for a study population. That's what we were not very happy with, but we didn't discuss exclusion or inclusion of data sources, but it's kind of implicit in our discussion. And please, people who were in my group say otherwise. But I have a feeling that it was implicit that we were kind of in favor of using some sort of tool to identify data sources that will not be useful for a specific research question. So the tools of, cohort diagnostics, metadata, and so on, I think were seen as useful to prevent unwanted heterogeneity. I see Susanna giving me a thumbs up, so I'm hoping I didn't misrepresent people's opinions.
you see that this group was very, very rich in expertise. I don't know if are there any other people who were members of the group who would like to of this breakout session would like to provide additional comment or views?
Or thumbs ups.
Yeah. Okay, so okay, I do not see any other question. I just see a lot of thumbs up. Yes, nice. Okay, let's go then to the next breakout session. It's breakout session 3, process optimization, which was chaired by Inka Akinen and with Andrzej Sejek as rapporteur. Andrzej, please.
Yes, thank you very much, Xavier. And may I start by thanking Inka, Helga, and Solange for the chairmanship and the presentations we had to introduce the breakout session. So next slide, please, Yolanda. We had 5 questions for the breakout session 3 about process optimization. And so the first one was, at what stage should the real-world data be discussed with regulators and with whom? And we had a very good, lively discussions thanks to the participants as well. And we discussed that it's probably best if the discussion starts quite early, and this allows the regulators to have sight of what's planned, but also this then allows for the planning of the generation of real-world evidence, both pre and post-licensing at the sponsors and applicants at the industry side, and that this might sometimes require a little bit of convincing of the management that there will be a time and resource needed for that. So we then discussed that a lot of the interactions can happen quite early at the business pipelines meetings and the pre-submission meetings, which are held with the regulators. And of course, before and during any assessment or advice procedures, and that it's always good if there's clarity on the proposals, so what the study would look like, and if it's taking into account the existing guidance, such as the NCEP methodological guide, and the utility of the checklist was highlighted. The number of the issues which do come up can actually be prevented by the verification whether everything's been completed according to the checklist. It was also noted that it's important to share the learnings and what studies have been successful and accepted, and work among the stakeholders, but also increase the training and work on the education side. When it comes to discuss with whom, so discussing with regulators, I think the most experience so far was via the scientific advice, and there were some questions whether, for example, the new methodologies working party would be a suitable group to discuss with in the future. And I'm sorry, I should have included the other bodies such as the PRAC in this bullet point. So the discussions through either pre-authorization via scientific advice or through, say, pass procedures in the PRAC. And it was also noted that sometimes the real-world evidence would be discussed as standalone in the scientific advice, but more commonly it seems to be part of the overall scientific advice package, and then it might sometimes be marginalized if this is in the early stage of development. And so just it needs the prominence to really allow the planning for the
collection and generation of the real-world evidence, and the proposals to be quite sort of in-depth, at least from that stage, what's already known and planned, what databases, what studies, what design, etc. And we also discussed that, you know, it's important to always view it from the aim, that the aim is in the discussions to answer a research question, whether it's on safety or effectiveness of risk minimization measures. So always to have that in mind, that that's the ultimate goal. And lastly, consider whether the studies is going to be feasible, whether, for instance, just the sample size can be met, as simple as that. And the next slide then, please, Joanta. So the second question was whether there should be different discussions for technical and regulatory questions. And we thought that perhaps there's no harm if these are discussed separately with the appropriate fora, and this could be helpful to streamline the use of resources. And for example, a similar approach is already taken at the pre-submission stage of interaction with the applicants and holders to sort of allocate the questions to the relevant part of the EMA, if this is an interaction with the EMA, and feedback, for example, if something requires a scientific advice procedure. Of course, when there's need for specialized input, such as scientific advice on some statistical methods, then this is the best way. And we also had in the discussions the issue that sometimes, in fact, there's delays in the feedback and in the finalized sort of outputs from the advice procedures, and whether there's a need for higher capacity or to address the bottlenecks. And the last point in the discussion was that it's always good when we discuss the technical questions to consider who will be the end user, and to think about it more broadly, whether in the future there would be a sort of parallel assessment with the HTAs, and whether the data generated could already answer two questions for one. On the point of the capacity, we also discussed that there might be a sort of reduction in the need for repeated, if you will, scientific advice requests, if there's clarity in Q&As and what the best practices are, which could answer some of the regulatory or administrative questions. Next slide, please. The next question was whether the recommendation for early discussion in the registry-based studies, according to the recently published guidelines, should also be applied to other real-world data sources, or whether there should be differences between the sources. And we discussed it in the context of other data sources which are much more common, such as the use claims, certainly in the US, electronic health records, which, sorry to miss it in this bullet point, then registries. And I think there wasn't any case made why there should be any distinction between the data sources. I think the recommendation here for early engagement certainly seems applicable broadly to other sources of real-world evidence, and the beneficial sort of early engagement informed with some level of detail in the early stages, and then building on the detail as we're moving through the life cycle and through an assessment procedure. And it was also discussed that it's very important to have the design and the methodology pre-specified in a scientific analysis plan ahead of the study actually proceed, for clarity and also for reliability of the findings. Next slide, please. On the question how other stakeholders than pharmaceutical companies can contribute to the process optimization, we discussed a number of things. So one, that there's need for the research and regulatory science, and actually evidence on whether the processes, excuse the type of processes, and improvements in them that can be had where we are. And that there's need for the developments of guidance and Q&As. I think this came up repeatedly, that sort of clarity on what's expected and what studies, what real-world evidence would be satisfactory. Having that ahead would reduce probably the need for resources at all stages. It was also viewed as very important that there's multi-stakeholder involvement in the work on agreeing processes and the methods, and also to integrate the multi-decision maker work and engaging with HTAs and then further out with patients and healthcare professionals. There's undoubtedly more research and methods needed in the sort of real-world evidence of the future, if you will, and developments in AI, and to be prepared for when this is becoming one of the dominant sources of real-world evidence. continue working on the less developed use cases and the development of the methodology there. And certainly for the holders of registries, there's the qualification process, which could also simplify the process by essentially having a large part of the assessment performed via the qualification procedure rather than at the time of use of the data. And I think one more slide. Yes, thank you. So the last question was, what else do stakeholders expect from the process optimization in the field of use of real-world evidence? And I think this might be also repeating some of the previously mentioned ideas just by way of a summary. So repeatedly, I think we discussed the need for clarity of expectations and the need for guidance. And this could be straightforward documents such as Q&As, frequently asked questions, the best practices, which could inform everyone at the stage of designing the study, for example. There was the mention of the need for timeliness in feedback, and also the notion that some of the procedures in, for example, obtaining scientific advice, they can be quite resource intensive with the significant package required in submission of the request, and whether there could be simplifications in the existing processes or indeed the procedures. Such as the scientific advice that could deliver quicker and more iterative and sort of less formal in terms of the need of requirement, the list of requirements at submitting the request scientific advice. And we then discussed that it would be also beneficial to have clarity how the real-world evidence will be reflected in the EPARS. And lastly, I think everyone was in agreement that the expectation is from all stakeholders that the engagement continues, and everyone's very keen to have the follow-up discussion and to contribute to the design of the processes and the improvements. I think that's my last slide. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrzej. Very extensive discussion, apparently many points. Inke, would you like to add something or to perhaps provide a high-level overview or summary of what are your main thinking and what do you take over from this session?
Yeah, I think Andre had a very nice summary and we worked on it together. I think one thing that I had actually forgot to add there is in the sandbox thinking that perhaps there could be because now there is a lot of references to regulatory sandboxes. This could be an area where we could actually test some new processes and perhaps see somehow move the real-world evidence advice from the let's say the regular advice into a more dedicated advice, which would be helpful for everyone and could go into more in depth, which is probably a challenge currently. I think the key I guess ask from that group would be indeed to look into quite quick tools of giving this guidance. So indeed the Q&A. So instead of going into very heavy process of releasing a guideline, perhaps quicker solutions might be the ones that would help at this moment. And then indeed the navigating this different, because there are multiple different areas at the EMA where you can actually discuss this, but perhaps just to how do you navigate as an industry, and especially for the smaller companies that when to discuss and with whom what, and then also the continuity between these different groups, that if you get one kind of interaction with let's say innovation task force, that then you that kind of continues, perhaps a steward model might be an option there. So I think those are such that at least in the pre-licensing space, I think the post-licensing, we also indeed had that feasibility question that was already discussed. So I don't want to repeat that, but that was one of the discussions. And then indeed that like, how could we be more flexible in how this advice is given? Does it need to be questions driven? So because of course, then it's up to the sponsor asking the right questions. And if you don't ask the right questions, you don't get the most critical answer. So could it be a bit more flexible format or more open dialogue? So I think those were the ones that comes to my mind. And then of course, I opened the floor for the other participants from the group to complete or further questions if there are.
Are there any other comments from other participants from the group? I do not see any at this stage, but I will ask then a couple of questions. You mentioned the qualification process for registry. What about, and what is it feasible or even imaginable to have a qualification of data source like electronic healthcare records? Let's say that instead of qualification of registry, you would have a qualification of a database, CPRD, or I don't know, CDAP, or other database. Is it something that, of course, qualification is for a specific purpose? Is it something that would be useful or even useful or even possible? And I think this question may also before other members of the other participants here who know, for example, Danny, I don't know if you're still here, but you know very well CDAP and or Talita, you know. We had asked ourselves the question previously whether this would be something that would be useful or even imaginable, or feasible. Martin, you have raised your hand.
Sorry, yes, I was just wondering, I mean, of course, a lot of this ultimately mirrors the activities that have been done in trials.
We do not hear you very well, Martin.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Okay, excellent, yeah.
Yes. I mean, such a question, of course, mirrors what you're very well aware of is widely present in trial-based research already. I guess what the difficulty is, which comes back to my earlier comment, is that it's not quite clear at the moment to me what in public healthcare systems electronic health records are playing in terms of a role for recording such outcomes. Because I guess unless one is designing databases that are ultimately just a trial data, I mean, a database that is similar, akin to a trial database, I guess it's the question, what is the real source of the data? And unless there is a streamlining of the process as to what electronic health records are meant to be doing, I guess one could just copy over the trial research kind of like a precedent that has happened, isn't it? I mean, it's the question whether all of these systems should be ultimately aligned if there is a public health interest in collecting the real world outcomes.
Xavier, both myself and Talita struggled a bit to understand the question. Would you mind repeating it for us, please?
Yes. Because in one of the slides, there is a proposal for extending qualification process for registries. And my question was inevitably to ask whether this could be possibly extended to qualification process of other types of data source, like data source, an electronic record database, for example. Would it be that could be qualified for doing studies for regulatory purpose? For specific, when we qualify registries, this is in relation to specific type of studies like safety or effectiveness and so on. Is it something that could be envisaged for other types of data sources?
Got it. I think it's an interesting thought. I guess the nature of the data, how it is collected, and all of that is very different, right? So we will need to realign, I guess, and readjust the expectation on that qualification process. And I guess, you know, we will also need to talk to the data custodians or data stewards to see what they think about it. But we do a kind of similar thing, I guess, when we do data quality assessments without of course, the legal or regulatory component of qualification. But I would be interested to know more about the process proposed here to see whether that would fit real world data or more specifically electronic medical records data.
Just to give a bit of background of more of my question, when we see that when there is an assessment of a study based on a data source, the opinion is, well, there is an assessment of the study, of course, but then there are some qualitative evaluation saying, well, yes, this is a well-known database, CPRD is a well-known database that has been used in the past, so it should be good. Well, I'm it is a bit too simple, but it is a bit like that. So can we go a bit further and have more information or kind of qualification? And this is more the background to my question. And I see that there are the person who would like to intervene. Bear's New Year.
Yes, so I'd like to comment on that. So maybe the certification and the qualification might be limiting in what data can be used in the future and how research data can be. So I see the need for that qualification, but I would more say that validation tools on the data that's used for a certain tool, for a certain study, would be more helpful, because otherwise you are limiting and excluding data sources maybe in the future because of all the efforts that have to be taken to get the qualification.
Solange, then.
Yeah, thank you. Well, if I may, this is exactly the type of question, that would warrant further discussion, clarification, and I'm sure that there are others, that will be quite useful to answer and will help, everybody moving forward.
Okay, so.
And in addition, I'd like to thank Andrej, for the feedback he provided from our discussion in breakout session 3. And I'd like, to understand, and this is something that we discussed as well, during the session, is what is, the intention with regard to next step, meaning what could be done, beyond the discussion, beyond the proposal, that were discussed, knowing that I guess you as EMA, you will be keen to consolidate all the feedback provided today by the stakeholders. Thank you.
Okay, so this will be addressed in the last presentations. What will be the next steps? Certainly, there will be a report and consultation on the reports. John, please, you also raised your hand.
Thanks. I was going to comment on the previous topic. Speaking for myself, not for FDA, I would be a bit skeptical about the value added of a qualification process for EHRs. Just at a very high level, the difference between, say, a registry, which is collecting data according to, a primary data collection and according to specific plans, versus the EHRs, which are collected at the bedside. So again, it's relevance and reliability. You might be getting a bit at the reliability, but the relevance of an EHR data set for each question is going to be so case specific that I would think, there might be experience gained, which was also mentioned over time. If an EHR is shown to be useful, that I think reviewers at regulatory agencies would be aware of that, but I'm not sure a specific certification process, just again, speaking personally, would be something that at this time is a good place at the margin. The opportunity cost of doing that versus other work in this space. And I also just, if I may, in terms of, I think on some of the earlier slides, there was talk of, RWD, RWE and reviews. RWD, RWE are used so non-specifically and inconsistently that I really worry. I think we should focus on describing the real world data, what we call describing the data source and characterizing the study design, and not have RWD, RWE exceptionalism where we have two different tracks. Because again, as was mentioned, as I was joining the plenary session, most of which I apologize I missed. It was too early in the morning for someone my age. But the comment that some pharmacoepidemiologists and others sort of scoff or laugh when they hear, oh, real world data, real world evidence is new. I think we're better off focusing on traditional epidemiologic terms and not getting into vague descriptions of real world data, real world evidence. Sorry if that's a little bit preaching, but I think we're all at risk, and I'm guilty as well from time to time. And so there's shorthand, but then there's also the need, especially on the sponsor's end, to describe exactly what they're doing and not just invoke the terms real world evidence. Thank you.
Yes, interesting your last comment, because well, I was part of the breakout session 4 on training that will come afterwards, and we also had the same reflection about, saying that we need training on real world data, real world evidence, but pharmacoepidemiology exists for a large amount of time. I had another raised hands. This Patrick, please. Yeah.
Thanks, Xavier. I just want to comment. I really enjoy the direction that you're trying to drive this conversation, Xavier, in that I'm not positive that we have the ability to certify a database for an extended set of use cases, but I do like the direction of trying to think about how can we create objective criteria that could determine the viability of a source. And while it may not be possible for us to have objective criteria that prove that a data source will be useful for a given context, it's probably reasonable to consider objective criteria that could dismiss a database as not fit for use. And one of my personal pet peeves that I see going on in our community right now is lots of people are grabbing onto this term fitness for use. But as you highlighted, that usually involves a lot of subjective superlatives to describe what fitness for use is, rather than objective criteria that can be evaluated a priori before a question's asked. And so I don't think we have the solution to that problem right now, but I do think it's a good area that as a community we could drive forward.
Okay, certainly that's a very nice idea of not trying to define what is fitness for use, but rather not fit, unfitness. This could be a new term actually that we may use in the future. Unfitness for use. Yeah. John, you still have your
yeah. Well, I'm reacting to Patrick. Patrick, I don't take it personally, but since the FDA 2018 framework uses fitness for use, I think I'll respond. I would quibble a little bit. While it's a case-by-case assessment, I would not say it's totally subjective. I think it's a combination of clinical judgment and methodologic assessment. So I think you're right. We want to find. We don't want it to be the wild, wild west where you just sort of have no ground rules, no approaches in mind. But at the end of the day, I think you're right. We are more readily able to discern where databases would not be suitable, rather than give a thumbs up and say this would be useful across different clinical contexts. So I think if we're consistent with our decisions, say in a regulatory agency, that can work even in the absence of a qualification process per se, if you agree, Patrick.
Yeah, absolutely. I think John, I think your point there is an important one. There's a distinction between defining it and having a regulatory requirement versus somebody submitting content, which may be where the subjectivity can be imposed. In Xavier's case of, well, it's CPRD, it's well established, therefore it's okay. I think we as a community at large can do better than that. And I think that there's a component of fitness for use that can be done before an analysis is designed and executed and diagnostics are evaluated, which could determine whether or not you should even waste your time on the study. And then there's a part of fitness for use that cannot be determined until you've empirically evaluated the diagnostics at the end of your study. But to choose a bad database before you get started is kind of a waste of effort. And yet we don't really have clear guidance on how to make those choices, what's good and what's not good. We all have something that's kind of we know it when we see it kind of approach that we could probably formalize a little bit better.
Thank you.
I think it was a very, very good, useful discussion. Inka and Andres, I have another question for the last 5 minutes. You mentioned the possibility to have a process with a less formal interactive advice on value or usefulness or validity of a study protocol or study results. Do you have any idea of how this, well, you mentioned scientific advice, scientific advice meets once, I think once a month, and is very extremely busy. So, do you have any sort of scientific advice working party? So, do you have any thought of what could be, a tool, or what could be a vehicle for such informal advice on by regulators, or would it be by academicians, by experts, or this is I find it a very interesting idea we need, because this formal advice takes time to obtain, to give and to. So is there any proposal or idea of use about it?
So we a couple of times referenced the FDA model, that there would be like an, let's say, center of excellence that could be then perhaps having this and it could be the methodology group. I mean, this is of course depends how EMA is going to be organized, and how whether there can be a direct interaction between the sponsors and certain committees and working groups within EMA. But a couple of ideas that we had in that group was indeed that the FDA model, that they would have as the dedicated group, or some sort of center of excellence as we see in the network, that there are these dedicated NCAs or shared work between the NCAs that they actually can perhaps take on and specialize in certain areas. So that could be also something. But of course, I think Andre was very rightly mentioning that there are certain legislative limits that what can be done and what can't be done. But I think if there are ways to kind of unload, let's say, the scientific advice working party, and somehow at least see, okay, this is a technical question and perhaps it's better suited for another methodological experts, and yeah, within whatever the legislation allows, or let's say focus group, or what Solange was going towards, perhaps that's not for the scientific advice, but perhaps at least we can find some common trends. And EMA for sure has already seen what are the common questions that keeps coming up, and where you actually, let's say, can use, well, I'm going to use the reward evidence term, even though it's this like where you can use it, where you can't use it. So having that exclusion criteria already up front, so that people don't, or the sponsor companies don't come asking again and again, and then it's also wasted resources for everybody's end. And I think one comment that came from the NCAs, so National Competent Authorities, and our group was also that indeed that they would like to see a bit better questions, perhaps in terms of like representativeness, or more data up front about the representativeness, or the data, how the data is going to be generated. I think that's sometimes also lacking them from us as sponsors to say. So somehow some kind of mechanisms where those could be discussed. Not the part of the main, or not the part of the total body of evidence, because there, of course, there are cities, if often there are cities that will take precedence, let's say. So then to make sure that there is this opportunity to discuss really the details of the reward evidence as well. And I can only suggest ideas, but of course it's up to the capacity at the EMA and how and at the network how these could be taken up. But we would definitely want to see more from the national agencies' participation in this.
Okay, thanks, John. You have probably some feedback on the Centers of Excellence from the FDA.
Yes, a lot to talk about. I think the good news is there's more alignment than otherwise. But I will say that at least on the FDA, the Center of Excellence does not apply. You could have a discussion of the Oncology Center of Excellence and other ideas floating around, but we go to great lengths to try to make sure that real, quote unquote, real world evidence is folded into the existing review division seamlessly. There's really a continuum, right, of study design and quote unquote real world data, for the air quotes here. But clinical trials can include real world data, for that matter, on a more modest basis. So I think that we should strive to have reviewers be capable of working with real world data, or non-real world data, to use yet another phrase. And I will say that two additional points that are related. Our existing meeting structure has been shown at FDA to work quite well. We need to offer, and sponsors need to ask soon enough. Sometimes we see problems when meetings weren't requested, and we get not only a completed design but results, and then so many decisions were made. So the meeting structure works well, but we're not resting on that. it's publicly released, but Congress has not yet reauthorized our Prescription Drug User Fee Act, PDUFA 7 in this case. So I want to be clear, what I'm talking about may not come to pass, but it is publicly available information. We call it our Advancing Real World Evidence Program, using the term decidedly. But basically, the whole value added is to have earlier engagement with sponsors. This would be on a competitive basis in the sense that there isn't infinite ability to do this, but we would be giving, we want sponsors to come early. It's what we've heard in our breakout group and what we're talking about here. Before decisions are made on we're going to use this one database, before decisions are made, here's our method of analysis. So we do aspire in the next PDUFA cycle, which will start October 2022, to have examples that we could also share publicly after time has elapsed and lessons are learned both on the positive and the negative side in terms of the lessons, and be able to sort of raise the tide of quality of again, I'll stop saying so-called real world data, real world evidence studies. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, John. Thank you. And thank you, Inge and Andres. Let's move on to the breakout session 4, which was on training and expertise, and Marilena and you will present, or is it Valentine? Yeah.
Yes. Thank you. Yeah, first of all, thanks to Gian Mario and Stefania for the presentation, and to Marilena for chairing the session and for helping write this summary. We had 4 questions to address, and we spent most of our time on the first question, which was which learning and skill gaps should be addressed in priority to develop the capability of different stakeholder groups to use real-world evidence for regulatory purpose, for instance, the EU regulatory network, pharmaceutical companies, patients, healthcare professionals, academic institutions, and other stakeholders. Well, first of all, from the presentations by Gian Mario and Stefania, and confirmed by the audience, it was quite clear that people don't know what they don't know. This is something that everyone seemed to agree on. People need to be aware of the methodological skills that are necessary for analyzing big data. It is important to boost this understanding and to have the capability to ask the right questions to experts concerning evidence derived from big data. Everyone agreed that we need a common understanding of terminology and definitions, and the regulatory network needs to be clear on such definitions. Communication regarding the interpretation of the data and the evidence are important aspects here. Next slide, please. This still concerns the first question. So this is number 4. The EMA is using a step-by-step approach for using real-world evidence in its work. It's currently using real-world evidence for drug utilization, incidence and prevalence, and pharmacovigilance studies, but in the future, it's aiming to include also causal studies. Stakeholders welcomed the step-by-step approach, and we realized that we need to investigate which of the methodologies are appropriate and acceptable for the regulators for the initial stages of this step-by-step approach. Regulators need to develop a portfolio of methodologies that would be acceptable in the different phases of the drug development and post-marketing authorization. Next slide, please. Okay, the next question is, do stakeholders need training from regulators following publication of guidelines published by EMA and the regulatory network? Further, do stakeholders need training from regulators following publication of guidelines published by EMA and the regulatory network for better understanding? Which guidelines would require additional training? What type of training material, for instance, educational material, training sessions, and communications? Well, stakeholders do think they need training on new guidelines, less so on existing ones, but because there's already more experience available for how to work with these guidelines and how to follow them. But for any new guidelines that may be produced by the regulatory network, training would be very helpful, they said. They also mentioned learning by doing. It would be valuable to be able to share real cases and the methodology that was used, what worked and what didn't work For instance, EMA could hold stakeholder meetings such as those of the EMA Innovation Task Force. Next slide, please. The third question is, are you producing training material for your own audience? And how could collaborations between stakeholders groups and academic institutions be best established to fulfill training needs? How could knowledge transfer be organized? How could such interactions be supported by the EU regulatory network? Well, it was agreed upon that there's quite a lot of training available, but this is mostly internal training that's not openly available or that cannot always be shared. In the case of multi-stakeholder training curricula, regulatory networks and stakeholders need to collaborate on training in order to come to a common understanding using such multi-stakeholder curricula. It is recognized that a regulatory network needs to keep the dialogue open between regulators and stakeholders. And finally, that accessibility of training materials that are being developed is crucial. And the final slide, please. Could the training curricula of data scientists, pharmacoepidemiology, and biostatistics being developed for the EU regulatory network also address the needs of other stakeholders and through which mechanisms? Well, I have to mention here that we did not manage to discuss this very much because we spent a lot of time with the others. In short, possibly yes. If there is a multi-stakeholder cooperation for the development of such training, this would include multi-stakeholder meetings on real-world examples in which feedback is generated. The training materials that are being developed are currently not widely accessible. And finally, an accessible repository for training materials that focuses on real-world examples would be helpful. That was the end.
Okay, thank you, Valentine. Marilena, would you like to add something or complement this information?
Exactly. No, I wouldn't have any additional messages, just to highlight the fact that I think the most important message coming out from our discussion was the consensus that we need to build and boost this common awareness and common understanding on of terms and methodologies that can be used and in which phases of medicines development and post-marketing authorization, in which processes, which methods are relevant for which purpose. And people from our colleagues from group 1, they also addressed the similar questions, like it really depends what's your research question. So we spend a lot of time on discussing this issue. Of course, a lot of important things is since people say there are trainings, but the training materials are not there, they're not accessible. There are trainings for internal consumption, so collaboration, and I think importantly, since this is a new area that is constantly developing, learning by doing will be very helpful to all stakeholders, including the regulatory network. And yeah, the last point of stressing accessibility of any types of materials would be useful to have.
Thank you, Marilena. I see that, Gemma, you have a raised hand. Is it from a room? Patrick, I think you have raised hand, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, it should be lower. Sorry about that, Xavier.
Okay. Yeah, well, I was a member of this group, and can I ask you, Valentine, to go up? I think that's an important slide. An important was the step by step, or the the second slide, or yes. So this is point 2. Well, this is the whole slide here. I would like to emphasize perhaps one aspect that we discussed here is the fact that, well, there are different methods that may be useful, that are needed in different steps of the life cycle approach, the life life of the product. And in each of these steps, there are some regulatory specific aspects that may need to be known, and that one of the observation that was made during the meeting here is that epidemiologists that have not been trained, or who have not worked in the regulatory setting or in regulatory with a regulatory authority are not well used or are well not familiar with some specific methods in pharmacoepidemiology that are applicable or that are used in by regulators, like methods to assess the effectiveness of risk minimization measures that we are using now. And so this portfolio of methodologies that could be used in different phases of the drug development, that's, I think this was an important point that was discussed.
Thank you, Xavier. So I guess from a more of an academic perspective, I think where we struggle with training and skills is in the convergence of epi, real-world epi, regulatory sciences, and kind of data sciences or programming. That sort of space is what we tend to find harder. And I wonder whether there was any discussion on how, on whether we have an ambition to have people who can do all of those things, or whether there is an appetite to specialize subgroups of people who have different skills and who work together as a team, because the world has evolved a lot, and there are lots of people who didn't have classic training in epi or pharmacoepi that can still very useful for this kind of research. Thank you.
Yeah, I can start if you wish, because we discussed this actually. We discussed that some of the gaps in training is the fact that, and this sometimes we miss people who have training in standard epidemiology and study design and use of classical epidemiological methods. When we sometimes assess submissions, we see that there are very thorough discussions on the methods for propensity score matching and which method is better than another one, but there may not be the discussion on whether matching at all was appropriate. So that's why training in methods in pharmacoepidemiology would be the classical epidemiology, traditional epidemiology would be useful too.
If I may comment on Danny's comment, we did indeed discuss that not everyone needs to be a data scientist. We do not expect everyone involved in the regulatory process to be a data expert. But this is where we said having at least a basic training, a basic understanding of certain methodologies and how data are generated and how they can be interpreted are very useful, so that clinical assessors in the future have the ability to understand what is presented to them and have the ability to raise the good questions to sponsors, to people presenting those data. And similar, it was interesting also to see from other stakeholders that though there is this hype of data and everybody feels they understand more or less the data, the needs with the regulator network are more or less the same. That there was kind of an agreement and consensus that you have the experts and you have all the others involved, and not everyone needs to be expert, but everyone needs to have a basic understanding on epidemiology, on data generation, just to be able to understand what we're talking about and be able to raise the good questions, the important questions to the process.
Thank you, Marilena. I guess that kind of raises the issue of study coordination and how you coordinate those different people with different skills, right? And make sure that each study has enough of the different ingredients that you need to make it a success and to produce robust and kind of reproducible evidence.
Okay, I've seen that Ryan, you had raised your hand, or is it correct? Or
yes, Chair, I had. Okay, but Marlene has actually just expressed the point that I had made during the workshop. As a clinical assessor, I'm not a data scientist, and I don't ever imagine that I will be as trained to do as a data as an expert data scientist. But what I do need to know is I need to be able to ask intelligent questions of those experts. So this is in the authorization stage. So as not quite in the study design stage as I understood Daniel had been saying a few seconds ago. And to that end, the case, therefore, I need to go and to know at least some of the basics, even down to the basic epidemiology and pharmacoepidemiology, which may not be quite as clear at this stage, because up to now, the paradigm has been with the far more controlled clinical studies rather than sort of epidemiological data. So therefore, there may well be a gap in some of the more basic sciences that would be appropriate. Thank you.
thank you. Okay, I do not see any other question or comment. So I see that Juan Garcia is now joined, if I'm not mistaken. So we can go. We have 5 minutes a bit early, but it's good. And we go to the breakout session 2 with Juan Garcia, who was the chair, and we had also the Carla Jonker, who was the rapporteur.
Yes, hello. Thank you for the welcoming. We had a nicely breakout session with short presentations from Elizabeth Vroom from a patient perspective, Alma Spooner from an industry perspective, and Marie-Helene Pinheiro from the EMA. And we have been reflecting the platform for stakeholders consultations are all stakeholders involved and what can be changed. And next slide, please. We agreed that the stakeholders' engagement is critical to allow progress in the area of real-world data. And what we have seen is that we have quite a lot of platforms already available, but that the scope of the stakeholders to be involved should be broadened, and we should also include data providers. So, for example, the registry holders or owners of databases and so on. We have not yet a good connection with the healthcare systems, which provide the real-world data, and we need also involvement of policy makers, because the use of patients' data is also a political question in a sense. We have to ensure that the data that we use and reuse, that FAIR is at source, and we need as for specialty reinforce the link between the healthcare systems to facilitate the use of the data. So we should promote on different levels, so on a regional, national, European level, in the context of already different projects existing in the European data space, to promote the awareness of the availability of data and the possible use of that. And we see that patient organizations have a key role in convening the message that the patients will give consent to use the data, have trust and support the use of the data. With regards to the trust aspect, it is important that when promoting the use of data, that we always keep that there is a keep in mind that there's a strike between on one hand, the public health needs, and on the other hand, the commercial interests. This should be a real balance to fulfill all interests. Next slide, please. During the breakout session, there was absolutely a strong support for policymakers to be involved in discussions, because we can all provide the legal requirements, we can provide the learning objectives, we can do a lot, but at the end it is of the European Committee who decide yes or no to the legalization of this process. So policymakers should be involved, and we need, and it is also the need to resonate beyond the EU regulatory network and to reach the society awareness and communication campaign. And what we mean by that is that it should not be left out by only the stakeholders that are involved in, for example, in this workshop, but also outside. It should be, one should be aware and about the use of the data. And the COVID-19 is an excellent moment to make use of the increased public awareness of regulatory authorities. We think it is very important that there will be position papers to be developed that also clearly explain and promote the use of the data. And we need to involve the patients' organizations, but not only patients, also citizens in supporting the use of data. For example, also now in the COVID-19, the data that can be used is not only patients, but everyone. So citizens would all be aware that data can be used for this purpose. Next slide, please. So our first question was, what is the experience with the existing platforms and are there any gaps? And we summarized that the available platforms and a mechanism and engaging with the patients, with healthcare professionals, the industry are all working well. However, there is also a need to make them more agile, allow broader and more flexible participation of other stakeholders. And flexible, we explicitly mentioning this because it is not needed to have on regular basis, but when there is a need, they should be able to have a stakeholder meeting with stakeholders we are not yet involved, because we recognize that we have a link missing with routine clinical practice. So the people that collect the data from the hospitals or the electronic health records or registry holders, they have not really a good engagement with the regulatory part. We should facilitate interoperability between different European initiatives. During the workshop, it came to our mind that there are a lot of European initiatives ongoing, and it is the question if it are separate silos or that they work together, and that we should ensure that we are able to share learning from all the things we are doing, that the platforms should be complemented with stakeholders from fora and workshops, and we need to consider we should consider additional channels, tools for regular communication with specific stakeholders groups. For example, also the industry indicated that for the use of the real-world evidence, maybe other channels or other tools could be applicable. And in addition to all this high-level guidance, it was suggested to start with pilots like we also had with the organization of the disease-specific workshops for registries. We should have also pilots and research collaboration, starting with specific disease areas. And I think that, oh no, we have another one. The second questions we had was for which aspect of use of real-world evidence is it critical to consult stakeholders? and it was explicitly mentioned that patient should be consulted about the relevance of the real-world data, and also the use of the patients related outcomes are really important to be also be collected for real world evidence, that any policy development on submission of individual patients level data, and also including the data privacy aspects that I already heard also in what was mentioned in other breakout session, that we should consider all patient-relevant outcomes, and challenging thing was the collection of hospital medical data. The possibility to collect data from domestic pharmacies seems to be more easy than to collect the data from the hospital pharmacists. And we should have more clarity about the appraisal of the real-world evidence, both in the pre and in the post-authorization phase. And this was the end of discussion, and I think Juan would like to add some additional words. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Carla. I think you have covered everything, most of what we said. Just to thank colleagues for their very good contribution in the breakout session, and maybe, as you say, maybe to repeat the message, which came very clear, that so far the discussion has been held within the network, involving stakeholders in the network, but maybe we should try to make efforts now to go beyond and to resonate more at citizen level and try to reach society. And there were several initiatives here, like papers or position papers, but where it was very clearly said that maybe patients need to take a key role, a very active role, because one of the elements that we are seeing in preventing use of data is the fact that patients are seen by many parts of society or by many healthcare systems like not trusting that or not supporting that the data may be used. And I think there is a need to make a clear signal that patients, organizations, and patients in society trust and support the use of data. And then in terms of the tool that we have internally, more in detail, indeed, they are felt to be working well. However, we need to be more agile. We need to allow mechanisms to facilitate sharing of learnings in particular, and this can be achieved by a good complement of using of fora or multi-stakeholders forums together with the specific channels for the specific groups. And here the working parties, the platforms were mentioned, but also it was considered that maybe there is a specific need to come with some additional mechanism for dialogue, particularly, for example, industry was mentioned. So again, I think thanks a lot, but maybe some of the participants would like to raise anything which maybe has not been properly conveyed here. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. One, I would like to ask, I don't know if there were patients representative in the group, because there are many or several recommendations and comments about the need to better or more consult patients, and it may be useful if one of the patient representative could further explain this proposal.
Maybe Elizabeth, I don't know if Elizabeth.
It's not good. Can you please repeat?
No, yes, the question was that there have been several proposals in the report for a better consultation or more extensive consultation of patients, for example, regarding the relevance of using real-world data. And the question was if it's possible to perhaps elaborate a bit more on what are really the main needs for patients for being more consulted or better consulted than now?
I think is that the patient-reported outcomes are really super relevant, not only in the regulatory field, but also for HTA. So we should, if we collect data, not only go to the electronic health records and so on. That is one, I think patients really can say like, and I gave the suggestion, compared to the outcome measures. If you invite patients late and they say, but this outcome measure is not relevant to us, you're too late, right? The trial's done. So that's the same with the collection I see of the data in this real world evidence, that the earlier we have really an idea about what outcomes are relevant to the patient, we can make sure that we collect data, real world evidence or real world data, which could lead to real world evidence around these subjects. So there was one. The other is, and I think maybe we should mention that again, that it's important that we, there's a lot already in the disease field, and their patients are in general more kind of active themselves. And let's look into that. So that's what I also mentioned in our session, that we like what the EGP RD is already doing to make sure the data can be connected, that data of patients are also included, and so on. The fair verification, the single entry, etc. So these were the three things. One, make sure you do it timely, involving patient. Secondly, make sure that what you collect is relevant to patient. I also mentioned that, a third point, in fact, that it is important that if we speak about real world big data collection, we also take society with us. I don't know if you mentioned that already, but that the public opinion, there's sympathy for the idea of the big data, and we also know how society is thinking about this. We did this in the Netherlands years ago, but maybe we could repeat that on a European scale to really know what we're talking about. If we say patient want this or patient don't want this or society wants this, that we really have data to support this. So I think that was more or less what, and look at the real rare disease area. There's really a lot happening there. So.
Okay, thanks. Then Juan, can I ask you if the group addressed if there is a need for a more specific group or platform or other term that we may use dedicated to real world discussion of real world evidence, real world data, as highlighted by Elizabeth, or if you think that the current fora or groups or parties are sufficient and can cope with all the new questions that will arise.
Yeah, I mean, again, what was mentioned, and Elizabeth or colleagues can complement, is that the current tools are useful, are working well, but they are not maybe as agile as we would need to have them. In this respect, it was mentioned that most of these discussions are general, and maybe there is a need to strengthen discussion at a specific therapeutic area level, and then to have specific maybe pilots or even collaborations with academia where some initiatives on real world evidence can be done at a specific therapeutic area level, including, so this was mentioned. In addition to that, they said that there are mechanisms to interact with the different stakeholders groups, but however, again, sometimes we need to consider, specifically for industry was mentioned, whether we need something else in addition to the platform. But the feedback we got is that there is a need to have a good balance between platforms or working parties and then stakeholder discussions where all stakeholders can sit together. This is necessary to continue doing it because it's a way to share common principles, to align positions, to ensure that we are all more or less aligned. But then in addition to all this, I think there was this element that I think Elizabeth has made very well. It's not only engagement, there is a need to have some kind of awareness campaign or communication campaign which goes beyond the network, which goes beyond the usual stakeholders. We need to try somehow promote the key principles that we believe should rule the progress in real world evidence to society, to policymakers, which maybe will allow real implementation in real life.
Okay, thank you. And I would like to ask then if there is someone from industry that was part of the group, because stakeholders are patients, of course, but can I ask perhaps the question on the industry side, the same question, whether there is a need for additional or any specific forum for discussing real-world data, real-world evidence. There has been, Juan, I don't know if you was here for the last presentation, proposal for a group that, or for a mechanism to be able to informally provide advice or opinions on some proposals. I don't know if someone from industry who was part of the group could give some opinions about it.
Yeah, maybe we can suggest Olva Spooner to really take this one, as she was representing FPA in the group and gave already some presentation.
Thanks very much, Juan and Xavier. Olva Spooner representing FPA. Yeah, I think it's very important to differentiate between the touch points and interaction points in respect of individual product discussions, and then the broader, policy-oriented methodological discussions. So I think there was broad alignment across all of the groups that, we're all aligned around the ambition for real-world evidence, the societal and health value of being able to generate real-world evidence, and that there are a number of dimensions to that. We need high-quality, relevant data. It needs to be accessible, and we need greater predictability around what constitutes, I'll say it, fit-for-purpose evidence, as opposed to data fit-for-purpose evidence. And in that context, some of our discussion was around the need to connect with the broader policy landscape. And that was, linked to the need for infrastructure development standards, interoperability, that high quality, relevant data piece. Then secondly, very much interconnected with this broader ecosystem was the need for data to be accessible, to build trust and collaboration around data sharing, and the patient voice there is incredibly important. And then thirdly, the third pillar was around the need for stakeholder engagement around what constitutes fit for purpose evidence. And a lot of that discussion is linked to the need to have conversations around methodologies. Very much came through in some of the other groups as well. And in that context, FPA has proposed that there would be a platform that perhaps would be an interface with, the methodologies domain at EMA. And we were describing it as a big data stakeholder platform. But, real world evidence is clearly today's priority and would likely be in focus in the short term. So we think there's a really important place for this broader citizen and patient engagement and bringing that patient voice right to the fore. But we also think that needs to be complemented by targeted workshops where we bring the epidemiologists, the academics, the clinicians, as well as the patients and the health professionals, the regulators, potentially HTA and industry together. And then the third piece would be around these more targeted methodology discussions. We had a list from Karen this morning around all the areas where we think stakeholder input, particularly looking at things from a medicines developers lens, would add value. So I think a number of approaches that are adapted to the fact that we're talking about an ecosystem. Industry is offering one perspective here, but we really want to work with other stakeholders and partners to deliver on the network's ambition and the broader ambition to realize the potential for the use of RWE, particularly in Europe.
Thank you, Olva. Very extensive. And I didn't see any other comment. Juan, would you have a word for the end, or as a?
Yeah, I think maybe just again to thank everyone. I think has been very, very useful. I think there is very good suggestions and very good recommendations that hopefully we can reflect more internally and to see how we can address that. I think there are maybe three main key elements. One is the element of awareness and how to better reach beyond the network, the element of what new or how to better use the current tools, or whether there is a need of some additional element or introduce some kind of change to the way we are interacting with the different stakeholder groups. And then, yeah, I think maybe we can come back with a clear maybe recommendation in future how to really we are going to implement that. So thanks again, everyone, for the very good insights.
Okay, thank you, Juan. So, colleague, this ends the breakout, the plenary session 2. We are a bit more than 5 minutes earlier. I would suggest that we use these 5 minutes, and then we could actually we should restart at 4 now, but let's restart. Can we restart 10 minutes earlier at 15:50?
Just a 6-minute break and we're back again, right?
Okay, thanks.
So I think, why don't we just slowly get started? I think I told people that we'll only have 6 minutes, so we could get cracking at it. In this session, I'm really delighted to invite Patrick Ryan, who is Vice President for Observational Health Data Analytics at Janssen Research and Development, where he's leading the effort to develop and apply analysis methods to better understand real-world effects of medical products. He's an original collaborator to Observational Health Data Sciences and Informatics Odyssey, so I mean, that'll be familiar to most of you. A multi-stakeholder, interdisciplinary, collaborative to create open source solutions that bring the value of observational health data through large-scale analytics. He has served as a principal investigator of the Observational Medical Outcomes Partnership, OMOP, and public-private partnership chaired by the FDA, where he led methodological research to assess the appropriate use of observational healthcare data to identify and evaluate drug safety issues. And then Patrick and I, we share a bit of background here with undergraduate degrees in computer science. And while you're an engineer and I'm a bioinformatics, I just wanted to highlight your master's in engineering from Cornell University and your PhD in pharmaceutical outcomes and policy from University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill. So Patrick, I couldn't imagine anyone more knowledgeable and qualified as you to speak about the outlook for the next 5 years, given all of the technology advancements we're looking at. So over to you.
Thank you, Jesper, and thank you for this great workshop and for the opportunity to speak to you all. I was given a charge from Jesper and Peter and Xavier to try to use this as an opportunity to be provocative at the end of a long day that you all have been discussing, and so I'll take that challenge to try to stir up a hopefully lively conversation for the rest of this session. First, I just want to highlight, while Jesper mentioned that I'm an employee of Janssen R&D. I'm a professor at Columbia University, and I'm also a member of the Odyssey community. I'm not going to be speaking on behalf of any of those groups. I'm just going to share my own perspectives about a vision of where we could be from 5 years from now. But before I share my own vision, I have to highlight first that Peter and Jesper already have shared a vision. It was published in Clinical Pharmacology and Therapeutics just a couple weeks ago. This article that's entitled Real World Evidence in EU Medicines Regulation, Enabling Use and Establishing Value is a very nice perspective piece that I would encourage all of you to read if you haven't done so already. In this article, Peter and colleagues, they highlight all of the various work streams that are actively underway to realize a vision for the most effective use of real world evidence. And their highlight is these 11 work streams here. And one of the things that I'm going to specifically call out is that I think that I want to commend the EMA as they've been thinking through this in clearly putting a lot of appropriate emphasis on people and processes. As you look through here, you see efforts going towards data quality frameworks and guidelines for method standards. You see efforts to develop coordination centers, focus on stakeholder engagement and international collaboration. And I think all of these are really central to what we have to do together to realize this vision. Very pointedly, I'll just state Peter's vision as articulated in the article is that our vision is that by 2025, the use of real-world evidence will have been enabled and its value will have been established across a spectrum of regulatory use cases. And we are committed to working with stakeholders to deliver this vision and in turn to support the development and use of better medicines for patients. So I could just end right now and say, I like Peter's vision. I think y'all should go do it. But I was told to be a little bit more provocative and said, so since 5 years from now is actually 2026, I'm going to say that I fully and wholeheartedly embrace Peter's vision for 2025. And I'm going to provide you some ideas of maybe where we could go the next year after. I'm also going to focus that while I fully support everything that's actually written in this Vantage Point and the work plan that's underneath of this, that emphasis on people and processes, which I think is absolutely essential. What I'm going to try to do in this conversation is complement that by particularly focusing on the science, technology, and engineering that I think we actually need to prioritize to enable this vision on a very technical level. So first, I'm going to start with two assertions. The first is that ensuring the safe and effective use of medical products is not just a European regulatory responsibility. It's a global responsibility for all stakeholders to support. And while I want to commend the EMA for their efforts to make sure that stakeholder engagement is part of it, I think it's actually on all of us, whether you're in industry or academia or health systems or patients, to actually become an active contributor to this process. My second assertion is that ensuring the appropriate use of real-world evidence to inform regulatory decision-making is not just a European regulatory responsibility. This is also a global responsibility for all stakeholders to support. And I'm going to focus on this idea of a global responsibility, because while we are talking about what the EMA can be doing as part of its jurisdiction, I think that there's a lot that we could borrow from other activities around the world. And as Jesper mentioned, I'm part of the Odyssey community. For those who are not familiar, this is an open science global collaborative with over 2,000 collaborators in 74 different countries, with a data network of over 330 data sets standardized to a common data model in over 34 countries. But what we do in this collaborative is we conduct work in open community data standards, methodologic research, open source development, and clinical evidence generation. And it's really, I'm sharing this because the bias that I'm going to bring to this conversation is really witnessing what this community has been able to accomplish and imagining what could be possible in a 5-year vision in Europe if we were to take on board some of the lessons that have been learned from this and other related communities. I'm also going to apologize right now to John Concato and specifically try to be a little bit careful in my language. For the purposes of this presentation, John, I'm going to focus on non-interventional secondary use of clinical data, your terms in your PDS paper, but you'll probably see on the slides the uses of the phrase observational research or real-world evidence. But I want to be clear, I'm going to be talking about what we can do with non-interventional secondary use of clinical data. And one of my starting points is I think that our current status quo for doing this type of work makes it challenging to build trust in the evidence. Because as we've discussed today, we start by the process of somehow selecting a data source. We then go through a process of developing phenotypes to identify our exposures and outcomes. We then perform some sort of analyses on the data to generate results. And then we go through a process of disseminating the evidence. And it's at that point that we oftentimes find ourselves answering questions of others about whether or not that evidence is actually reliable. And there's several concerns about that. We've talked actually a lot in this session today about some of the methodologic concerns. There are questions as it relates to the analysis. Are the methods, do they have bias? There's questions about measurement error associated with your phenotypes. And we've talked at length about data quality. So these are methodologic concerns. But fundamentally, what they address are the questions of, did the study that was performed produce an unbiased effect estimate? And are the findings generalizable to the population of interest? Can we actually draw some sort of inference from here to actually make use of this information for actionable decision-making? There's also technical concerns. One needs to be worried at the time of looking at evidence. Well, that analysis that was performed, was it actually programmed correctly? Or those phenotypes that were developed, did the logic representing that clinical outcome, does that hold true to how one would think about that clinical manifestation? Or if data has been applied from secondary use, then some transformation had to have taken place. And how was that data transformation done? And my assertion is that the problem with this process is that we go through these steps, and those that are the evidence generator tries to build their own belief that they're doing the right thing. But at the end, the evidence consumer is actually left with raising these questions and post hoc looking back to try to make some sort of assessment of whether or not the evidence can be trusted. And so questions about reproducibility, can this study be fully reproduced, or does the analysis actually do what the protocol says it's supposed to do, become legitimate questions because one can't verify this without direct access to the data or direct access to analysis code that can perform an analysis. And right now, as a community, we are seeing a lot more observational research being conducted across data networks. And that only actually increases the complexity of this problem, and it raises new questions. So now instead of curating one data source, we're curating a data network. We're evaluating phenotypes across a network. We're implementing analysis across a network. And this raises questions like, do the results show a consistent effect across a network? Danny led a very useful breakout session where we talked about heterogeneity and the distinction between wanted and unwanted heterogeneity. And the real question is, how does that heterogeneity impact our interpretation, whether it be heterogeneous populations, data capture processes, or the effect estimates themselves? And of course, the complexity of actually executing an analysis across a network is even more complex. So long as we are doing non-interventional secondary use of clinical data, but we're following some sort of linear prospective process whereby these steps are followed and then only afterwards do we look back, I think we really have a real challenge in building evidence, building trust across both the evidence generators and the evidence consumers and the decision makers that want to make use of this information. Now, within the Odyssey community, we've been thinking a lot about what it actually takes to produce reliable evidence. And I shared this at an EMA workshop a couple of years ago, this idea that we would like for evidence to be repeatable and reproducible. That is, identical data, identical analysis produce identical results, regardless of who the researcher is. Ideally, we'd like research to be replicable so that similar data produces similar results. We'd like results to be generalizable so that even in a different population, the results are similar. We'd like our analyses to be robust to design choices, and we'd like our estimates to be calibrated, meaning we actually understand the operating characteristics of our system. Now, the assertion I'm going to make today is that together, if we build a system for real-world evidence generation based on a consistent application of standardized analytics across a standardized data network, we can empirically demonstrate that the system is reliable, building the trust that's necessary to make use of this data. Now, I'm going to talk about the use of a distributed data network. The general idea is familiar to most of you. Source data standardized to some sort of standard data format. And then standardized analyses can then be executed across these data sources. And evidence, being aggregate summary statistics, not patient-level data, can be shared from each of the sites and contributed. Now, when we talk about quality, there's been a lot of conversations thus far on the left-hand side. How do we build confidence in the quality of the data and potentially its transformation? There's been comparatively less discussion about the critical need for us to build confidence in the quality of the analysis tools and their output. And I would actually assert, as we start thinking about as a community building a system to generate evidence, that each of these components is going to be critically important for us to build trust. And that while we talk about data as the starting point, we need to recognize that standardization of data isn't just an activity that one has to do to look across a network, but it's also a critical enabler to actually allow us to build confidence in the analytic tools we want to use. Now, I'm going to propose something slightly different from our status quo. I'm going to suggest that potentially engineering an open science system is actually an approach we could take to build trust in evidence generation and dissemination. And by this, I specifically mean developing a system that's coordinated by all appropriate stakeholders, where a system is a standardized set of procedures with defined inputs, fixed outputs, analysis packages that are implementing scientific best practices that are consistently applied across all data partners, generating the same type of output that can be readily integrated and synthesized across the network, with reproducible outputs that can be developed and validated with verifiable test procedures, and objective criteria for go, no-go decision-making, such that a system can actually be measured in terms of its operating characteristics. Whether those operating characteristics are the scope by which it is generating evidence, whether it's the specificity and sensitivity of effect estimators, a system with defined characteristics can be quantified in terms of how well it works. To define such a system, there are multiple components that we would need to develop as a group. We need to think about data quality evaluation and develop objective criteria for database diagnostics. And we had a useful conversation earlier today thinking about data quality, and Xavier raised this issue about can we verify a data set? I would say that that is necessary but not sufficient, but we could move in the area of trying to objectify data evaluation. And for those data sources that are considered appropriate, we can go into community-based phenotype development and evaluation and having objective criteria to determine that a given outcome is appropriate for a given data source. And from there, we can get into our actual analysis that we want to conduct for reliability assessment. And only then, after we've gone through all of these steps of evaluating the data, evaluating the phenotypes, evaluating the statistical methods, are we at the point that we have results which can be unblinded and shared and explored. Now, this idea that a study isn't just its final result, but a study is two components: the answer to the question you asked and evidence to support the reliability of that answer, is a critical opportunity that I think EMA and other stakeholders could actually embrace to try to flip this issue of building trust as a post hoc activity to becoming an a priori basis of generating evidence. And I'm pretty confident that we can do this approach because we've seen bits and pieces all over the world doing elements of this, and it's also included in some of those work streams that Peter outlined in his vision. If we think about data quality evaluation, there's lots of groups developing dashboards and rubrics for thinking about data quality assessments and tools for evaluating network-based assessments. So we know that these things exist and can be engineered together. We think about phenotype development. There are tools. In the Odyssey community, we've built something called cohort diagnostics, which is explicitly to allow you to do empirical evaluation to understand population level characteristics of a given phenotype across a data network to determine the measurement error associated with the phenotype. And this is something that can be run well before a study is actually in hand. We've talked a lot about study diagnostics, the idea that there are standard things we should always look for in any type of analysis, whether it be population attrition or in the context of causal inference, thinking about the degree to which populations are sufficiently comparable as a counterfactual, the use of negative controls to actually quantify systematic bias. These are study diagnostics that can and should be part of any ad hoc study, but could also be part of a system. And it's only after you have all of that evidence that's proving to be reliable, can you then get into the meat of the analysis results, which can be systematically organized and disseminated in a consistent format so that everybody knows how to interpret it and how to judge whether or not those evidence are reliable. Now, within Odyssey, we have been thinking about three specific analytic use cases or types of evidence that we focus on. Clinical characterization, these are descriptive analysis, direct observation from our data about what happened to them. We think about population level effect estimation being what are the causal effects, so causal inference in data. And we also hear a lot of excitement about patient level prediction, so drawing non-causal inferences about what will happen to me. And I share this because I think different types of evidence from data need to be classified when we think about particular use cases. With permission from Peter, the EMA has already been thinking about what specific regulatory use cases may be an area of focus for the coming time. And I fully support that these are really great regulatory use cases. There are three use case objectives, each with a set of categories. We have supporting the planning and validity of applicant studies, whether that be designing in the design and feasibility of planned studies, or evaluating the representativeness and validity of completed studies. There's use of real-world data to understand clinical context, whether that be disease epidemiology or clinical management and drug utilization. And then there's also investigate associations and impact, whether that be conducting effectiveness and safety studies or evaluating the impact of regulatory actions. And so given that Peter had shared these use cases, I thought it would be helpful to try to project how do those types of evidence from real-world evidence fit into these regulatory use cases. And so to think about this, I thought it would be useful just to frame what are the types of questions we can answer from real-world data that fit into these categories. So for example, in clinical characterization, we could answer questions like, who are the patients with the disease who are eligible for treatment? Or who are the patients who are actually exposed to the treatment? Or how often do outcomes occur amongst those patients that are exposed? If we're thinking about population level effect estimation, we might think about, Is an outcome causally related to exposure, or how does a risk compare with some alternative treatment available to a patient? When we think about patient level prediction, we might be thinking about what risks can be actionably predicted given the available data, or try to identify which patients are at highest risk of an adverse event. Now, across this landscape, when I look at the regulatory use cases, an interesting pattern emerges. We see that to support the planning and validity of applicant studies, design and feasibility is largely a characterization activity. Representation and validity is largely a characterization activity. Disease epidemiology is a characterization activity. Drug utilization is a characterization activity. Effectiveness in safety studies, that's an area where we can get into characterization sometimes. Sometimes we want to do causal inference, and sometimes we might be interested in prediction. Evaluating the impact of a regulatory action, largely that's a characterization activity. And I highlight this mapping because a lot of times we talk about and quibble about the reliability of real-world evidence specifically for causal inference, and we get super excited about the future of AI and machine learning for patient-level prediction. But actually, the bulk of the use case, I think, was largely not too controversial, and just is a matter of us coming up with standardized, systematic, more appropriate ways to characterize what's been the real-world experience of patients, and to make use of that information more fully within our decision-making processes. So, in light of that, I'd like to highlight a framework that I've been thinking about of how to get real-world evidence used in decision-making. Early in my career, I supported a chief medical officer at a pharmaceutical company. He told me the following statement. He said, "When I ask a question, that's when I need the answer." And he told me that because he was in the framework of being frustrated by the opportunity that electronic health record data represented, and yet the feeling that it was like overhyped and under-delivered, because when he asked the question, he rarely got the answer at that moment. And I would assert that's largely because our approach to real-world evidence is largely reactive and bespoke. That is, some project request comes up, and we try to attempt to address that project request by convening a team, aligning on the problem statement, coming up with the right question, authoring a protocol, implementing analyses to some custom specification, executing the analysis, reviewing and going back and forth, conducting post-hoc analyses, writing summary results, giving the results to the decision maker, and hoping that it meets their needs. And largely, this is like the old adage of IBM that is answering yesterday's question tomorrow. Instead, I would actually assert that we have an opportunity to think about how we could, as a group, become more aggressive in our use of the same data and same principles. And this could build up. I think instead of reacting in a bespoke way, we can think about how to be enabled, to be able to design and execute standardized analyses that apply validated statistical libraries with a defined set of inputs and a defined set of outputs, so we can compile results across the network. And just having the ability to do that already can streamline our process substantially. I think we could go further. We could think about being responsive, enabling fast evidence generation by having some sort of computer interface that allows qualified users to set the defined input parameters, execute the analysis, and view the results upon request. I would assert we can go even further, and we could actually be fully prepared by producing pre-computed evidence that enables answer retrieval in real time by qualified users when requested. And that standardized analyses can actually be run one time across a network, but that evidence can actually address many different questions at scale. And I'd go even further to say, I think we could actually get to the point of being anticipatory. That is, we could generate and deliver insights without even being asked. Answer questions before they're asked by pushing evidence out to the potential evidence consumers. Now, these levels of proactivity, what they would require is that we build upon the idea of developing standardized procedures, going from just having the ability to standardize data and network execution, to having standardized tools, to having standardized analysis configurations, to having standardized dissemination approaches. Defining exactly what we want up front enables us to be proactive across all of these domains. And the real value about this is all about timed evidence. Whereas generally in my experience, most real-world evidence right now, if somebody asks us a question, our reactive bespoke approach is, great question, we'll get back to you in a matter of weeks or months or sometimes years. But actually, if we're enabled, we can do things in days. And if we're responsive, we should expect to do things in hours. And if we're prepared, we should be able to look up answers in a matter of minutes. And if we're anticipatory, we should have that answer in your inbox before you ask the question. Now, if you agree that having evidence quicker would be useful, the question is, for a 5-year vision, how far can we get by 2026? Again, Peter outlined what we're going to achieve in 2025. So I'm saying, like, 1 year later, what else could we achieve? And going across these use cases, I think we can actually work our way up this levels of proactivity pretty substantially. For supporting the planning and validity of applicant studies, whereas today I think we are largely reactive and bespoke, I think we can get to the point that we can actually be responsive to the needs of clinical study planners and clinical study evaluators. For the purposes of understanding clinical context, I see no reason why we shouldn't aspire to make this become a fully anticipatory process. While we might not have been able to anticipate the disease COVID-19, we do know most of the diseases we are trying to treat with medical products, and there's no reason that we should be scrambling to figure out the baseline disease epidemiology for most targets that we're interested in. And as it relates to investigating associations and impact, if we are responsible for the safety and effectiveness of products, it seems like it's really our obligation to figure out how far up this level of proactivity we could get. And I would assert quite confidently that we can get to the point of being prepared, pre-computing evidence that can directly support safety evaluations. Now, my assertion of where we are today, being in this reactive bespoke place versus where I think we can confidently get to in the next 5 years, is based on all of the successes that we've seen across this international research community all to date. If I just think about supporting the planning and validity of applicant studies, I had one of my PhD students successfully defend his dissertation just yesterday, Jimmy Rogers. And his dissertation is actually entitled Using Real-World Evidence to Enhance Clinical Trials. So it's kind of spot on to this particular use case. And in one of his papers that he published, he focuses on conducted a literature review to look at all the places where real-world evidence has been used across the clinical trial development lifecycle. And he's found lots of great demonstration projects and examples of success. The issue isn't that we don't know what to do or that it's not possible. The issue is that we just haven't coordinated a systematic approach to tackling the use of data for these particular use cases, but it's clearly within reach. Jimmy also published this paper in the Journal of Biomedical Informatics that was focused on quantifying the generalizability of a randomized clinical trial, comparing it to a real-world population. And what really encouraged me about this work is that he used standardized analysis tools to evaluate a series of clinical trials, showing that sometimes the clinical trials were largely generalizable to individual populations, but sometimes those that were enrolled in the trial were systematically different from those who were not enrolled in the trial. The idea that standardized analysis could be applied across a range of different therapeutic areas and give a range of different outcomes demonstrates both the value of this process, but also the demonstration that this is something that we could just scale up imminently. If I think about the regulatory use case of understanding clinical context, you heard Talita's presentation earlier about Charybdis, and I think this is actually a great demonstration of how we have already proven in the case of COVID-19 to generate a resource, pre-computing evidence that allowed us to be prepared. And while we have published a series of publications about the results, I actually think what's more interesting is questions we didn't anticipate at the time, but now we can look up through a shared community evidence resource. I'll also highlight the work that was done by Jingtong Li and Danny Prieto's lab, focusing on incidence rates for the COVID-19 vaccines. There's been similar work that's been done by the Access Program and EMA. And while I'm proud of the fact that we've been able to run analyses, standardized approaches across a network of databases to highlight the heterogeneity across data sources, across a range of outcomes, I'm also kind of bothered by the fact that today in 2021, we were scrambling around to figure out the rates of thrombosis and thrombocytopenia, when those are the types of things that I would assert we should be aspiring to have in our back pocket for all possible adverse outcomes, readily available and frequently updated across a data network, because this is the kind of information that materially can impact the review and interpretation of safety information. As it relates to investigating associations and impact, In the Odyssey community, we conducted analysis of hydroxychloroquine that was used by the EMA for regulatory decision making. I'm proud of the fact that we were able to look across an international network, generate evidence that could be meaningfully helpful in a matter of weeks. But actually, what I'm probably more proud of is the secondary work that got a lot of less attention. When the EMA had an open question about other potential side effects of hydroxychloroquine, because we had a data network in place, because we had standardized analysis, and because we had a phenotype library in place for outcomes, we were able to turn around subsequent analyses in a matter of days to provide useful information. This is only possible if we actually commit upfront to standardizing our approach and also legitimize the culture that we should have an expectation that evidence can be delivered quickly to support decisions that are imminent. I'll also highlight that this same work, that Charybdis project that Talita talked about, allows us to do drug utilization at scale. And in fact, this paper that was in BMJ, authored by Albert Pratz-Uribe, highlighted the rise and fall of hydroxychloroquine as it related to the FDA and EMA's regulatory decisions and risk communications. And the idea that this could be done, we didn't start at running Charybdis thinking we were going to do a drug utilization study, but rather we pre-computed evidence that could actually be useful for evaluating this. So this demonstrates to me that this is possible. So my 5-year vision, going just 1 year past Peter, is that not only should we in fact support regulatory use cases, but that we should also think about how we can actually be more proactive in these regulatory use cases, building on standardized approaches that can allow us to generate evidence and put it in the hands of decision makers at the time that those decisions are being asked. So just to conclude, I fully support Peter's and Jesper's vision for EMA regulation, which is focused on enabling use and establishing value. I think this is reasonable and completely attainable. It does require building trust across evidence generators and consumers, which I think means we have to rethink how we generate evidence and not hope that evidence is trustworthy, but actually build trust into our processes. The current work frame lays out people and processes, and I absolutely think that that's essential. What I would suggest is that there's an opportunity for us to be really serious about how we are applying science, technology, and engineering to our processes to try to generate more efficient solutions. Given that we got 5 years, I would actually assert that we can do things together today, all stakeholders, industry, academia, government, health systems. There are community efforts we can be doing now to enable this more proactive future tomorrow. We can start to standardize a data network and agree to data quality assessment approaches. We can design the standardized outputs for regulatory use cases so that we're not figuring that out when the questions come up. We can standardize and validate analytic tools that we're going to use. We can develop a phenotype library of best practices for how to represent outcomes across our network and understand which times they are appropriate for use. Open science systems, that promote transparency and reproducibility, I think they achieve two things simultaneously. We will increase the reliability of our evidence, and we'll also increase the efficiency by which we can generate evidence. And usually you hear that trade-off between, time, money, and quality, pick any two. Well, I would actually assert we have an obligation to ensure that we are doing high quality, but we also have an obligation to patients to make sure that we're doing this timely so that quality evidence is informing appropriate decisions. Given where the regulatory use cases are, and they're largely involving characterization analysis, I would assert we've already demonstrated that this is feasible. It's ready to be scaled up, so there's no reason why we shouldn't all contribute and support to EMA's effort to develop a European-wide system that can generate evidence and improve decisions and improve the appropriate use of medicines. So with that, I'll stop.
Brilliant. Thank you, Patrick. I think we have time for a few questions by those online. So raise your hand and step forward. I'm confident there must have been something in there that raised your attention and your curiousness for a question. Definitely applause coming through. While people get out of their shy zone, I'll just ask one here that I think that is from Frauke, who kind of pointed to it. And someone who records the data diligently. And I think it probably goes with a question that also goes to your thromboembolism examples of somewhat lacking some of the data. There's a sign in this with some of these networks that they are very, very efficient, downstream, but not necessarily upstream. So what are the ideas about how to improve the data capture and also potentially even improve the data capture by having a structured approach to that? Because data is increasingly becoming electronic, being born electronic rather than being, on paper and the old-fashioned observational databases that are being entered into a central repository somewhere. Any thoughts around that? What that future would look like?
Yeah, I think it's a really, really important point, Jesper. I think, and I appreciate that John posted in the chat his article trying to define these terms. And part of the reason I'm being very precise to say I'm going to focus on this narrow niche, which is non-interventional secondary use of clinical data, is because this is a context whereby we are stuck with the data we've got. And the question actually isn't how do we improve the data? The question is, what can we learn given the data we've got? I think that's very, very different from prospective data collection, where instead of settling on what can you learn given what you've got, you reframe the question to what do we need given what we want. I think that is an important distinction. I would actually assert we need to be having parallel tracks. We need to be thinking about ways to improve prospective data collection and improve the downstream process. But I reject the notion that we should be waiting to learn from the data that we already have. And I would actually assert for most of the data sources that we have, let's talk about established data sets like we previously, Xavier's mentioned, like CPRD, a well-established data source, or CityApp, or any of the other European resources that we have. The amount that we've actually systematically summarized that data and really understand what it could be used for and what is still pretty small, because we basically wait to ask the question before we interrogate if the data is fit for use, rather than thinking proactively about how can we characterize the data set, understand what its use cases would be, and then use it when it's appropriate and not use it when it's inappropriate. And so I do think prospective data collection can kind of raise the bar and improve things, but I would also actually assert that those parallel tracks, we need to figure out exactly where is the boundary of what we can learn from the data that's already in hand. And my strong assertion is I don't think we're using the value, establishing the value that Peter wanted. I don't think we are doing it anywhere near the level that we could be doing as a community.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Brian, I see your hand raised.
Yes, thanks, Jesper, and thanks, Patrick. It was an excellent presentation. Just a background, I'm from on the pre-authorization side of the regulatory network. Okay, so therefore I only get secondhand reports okay from the post-authorization side. But it has always struck me in the last couple of years that one of the big things that has damaged trust in medicine and medicine's regulation is the rare events that occur after a medicine has been authorized, okay, when it's been authorized and has been administered to large numbers of patients. And often, and again, this is my perception, it's a small particular subgroup of patients who have had particular adverse events, but it then has caused a lack of trust or a crisis and confidence in that particular medicine. Listening to your presentation, Patrick, it struck me that one of the things that actually would help try to define that would be a better characterization of patient baseline characteristics, so that you could get the information on what particular subgroup of patients are having these very rare but yet catastrophic adverse events. How would that fit into your 5-year plan as you see it? Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Brian. I think that you're spot on. If we think about having proactive use of evidence, when we talk about safety, we can think about both identifying risks, but also demonstrating or proving safety when we actually have that sufficient knowledge. And that isn't just about doing causal inference or producing that relative risk of a particular result. It can just be about characterization, understanding how often things happen, understanding in whom they happen. And to a large extent, those are pretty simple technical challenges, but it requires an expectation that should be done aggressively. And to use this vaccine case of thrombosis with thrombocytopenia, that is a new clinical phenomenon that was unknown and understood. We couldn't expect to maybe figure that out a priori. But the idea that we would want to understand thrombosis at large, well, we study arterial and venous thrombotic events all the time for all sorts of medical products. And the idea that we would want to understand thrombocytopenia, well, we want to understand platelet values and modulation in those all the time. So the idea that we have to like bring those things together for unique use cases will always be in that reactive bespoke case. But I would assert that there's a lot of opportunities for just even very basic characterization of who are the people that are being exposed, how often are events just happening in the background for them, and to what extent do we actually have some level of confidence that the evidence that we've put out there builds trust for the broader community about the safety of products, so that when we do have exceptionally rare events that we clearly want to manage and appropriately handle, that those don't get blown out of proportion because the public has trust that we indeed have a proactive system in place. And I commend the EMA and all the work they've been doing specifically for the vaccines over the last several months. I think it's put a critical spotlight on the need for us to be more aggressive, more responsive for safety issues across all medical products. So hopefully there's things we can learn from this unfortunate pandemic that we can carry forward across the portfolio of products.
Thank you, Patrick. And thank you so much for some of the perspectives here on which I often think is more like the learning healthcare system, where yes, we couldn't know what we don't know about thromboembolism, and obviously now that focus has changed and we've learned to keep a look out for that in our healthcare systems, and obviously that increases the data quality as we progress. So I think that again is the feedback mechanism in a learning healthcare system that supports research, and research support what you need to look at in your healthcare setting. So that's a very, very good example of that case. Thank you so much for a really inspiring talk around this. I think we have a few closing remarks following this right now. I see John has his hand raised. I wouldn't take that away from you, John. Please go ahead.
Well, I'll try to be quick. I didn't realize we're out of time, but Patrick, I would agree with your comment about primary data collection and secondary use of already collected data needing different swim lanes. You didn't use that phrase, but so to speak, to work on. But someone listening to this entire workshop might say, isn't there an apparent contradiction? We talked earlier about start with a question and then go to data design and analysis. You're provocatively saying, let's talk about data design and analytic methods, and then have an infrastructure that allows us to almost, to address many questions. I'll agree that they're not mutually exclusive or discordant, but at the same time, your approach is very aspirational, but it sort of builds in all the limitations of missing data, of common data models, combining data, diagnoses the same, all the things we work on day to day. So I would just sort of, I guess, endorse what you're saying, and you're lighting a fire underneath us to say, get it done by 2026. But the journey of 1,000 miles is one step at a time. So I would be on the skeptical side that we're going to necessarily see early results, but kudos to you for presenting such a vision. Thank you.
Thank you, John.
That's a kind of tap on your shoulder just to get going, right? So brilliant. Thank you for that, John. Now, slowly just getting to some practical things before I send this over to Peter for absolutely concluding remarks around this. Just for people to be aware about with the session today, that if you have others who would like to have listened in or at a later point in time, really just watch it. This has been recorded, obviously, and it should be made available a bit later, including the slides as well, as far as I'm aware. I'm not going to give the dates for that. There's no need up until Christmas to put pressure on our colleagues at the EMEA to get this out. I think you've been working hard for the last year and a half. It's just letting you know that obviously all of the discussions and recommendations here will be fed back into the internal processes, the stakeholder consultation, and our continued work around this. And I think that's where, just like you, Jolanta, to bring up a few slides I have just to close up on today, it really goes along with what we also heard Patrick allude to, the 11 tracks on the Big Data Steering Group work plan for 21 and 23 onwards. Please go to the next slide, please. Maybe I can do that. Yes. So just to highlight that some of the achievements until the end of this year have really been to have an ongoing evaluation about 3 shortlisted candidates to operate the Darwin EU. The data quality representative framework is actually with a consortium that has delivered a draft EU data quality framework report on this, and data discoverability in terms of the consultation for metadata and real world data. We alluded to that earlier with the workshops that were held, and then the network capability to analyze, designing a CHMP pilot for clinical raw data analysis or market authorization applications, something very different to what we discussed here today, but obviously as you start to look into that, and you heard the report of the use of real-world evidence in previous market authorization applications, it's actually not that irrelevant. And obviously, just realizing one of the achievements that we're having here today with the Learnings Initiative workshop that we're concluding now in a few minutes, and also just the data standardization strategy, which I think we have internally looked at and endorsed for progression in terms of EMA and HMA, with the network agreeing on this strategy going forward. And then next week, just to highlight, on the 7th of December, the multi-stakeholder forum on big data that is being organized. And just to let you know, this is not the only work that we're doing right now. Next slide, please, Jolanta. It's I think we alluded to it earlier today, that yes, we are building the networks. Yes, we are enabling the work within EMA and the use of a number of data sources. But we're also elaborating amongst the NCAs, the member states, how we develop these clusters of excellence, because data analytics is also something that is much needed at a national level. I think we have seen that during COVID-19, and we have seen that different member states actually start to build those capabilities. And as we come together to discuss this in the network, we're starting to see what the commonalities are between what we do. So these are the key building blocks that you see here to the right, around discussing the types of data access we have, the legal aspect of accessing that data, and what is the best practice. So aligning on GDPR interpretation as one thing. What human capabilities do we need? I mean, we discussed it earlier in terms of data science. What does it actually look like in a modern national competent authority in the medicines agency? And then obviously looking at infrastructure, talking with our colleagues in Germany or the Netherlands or Spain and Portugal across Europe, really what kind of IT infrastructure does this require for you to do analytics? So that's part of our sharing environment and discussions around that. And then method development in general. And I think we got a particular piece here around AI, because it has so many different use cases that really can help us in the way we work at the agencies. So a lot of interesting stuff happening at that level as well, that may not be as widely reaching as the network here, but nevertheless really important on a national level. Next slide, please. And just to finalize on this in terms of what we're looking into for 2022, and that's where the learnings workshop here today will inform us, will guide us, will really be embedded into these activities. There's no doubt that the coordination center, once appointed out there, EMA and the network, will take some of these learnings as well and take that into that operationalizing of what that looks like. The data quality and representativeness, there is a framework that has been initiated, work on that in a version to deal with data quality. And then the whole thing about metadata catalog, discoverability on data is also something we'll see work on that progress next year. We've touched upon the training as well. So there will be a massive investment into training of competencies across Europe within this area. We were so transparent earlier this year to share a survey with you in terms of the training needs, and I think there's something here to do. This kind of approach and working with raw data, mostly discussing our processes and how to make this useful in the way we work. The real-world evidence pilots that discussed here, so we discuss all of these use cases within committees. What does that mean for them? What is some of the examples you saw just with Patrick's presentation from Peter's slides and some of the previous examples? Where do we make use of real-world evidence in the committees? And then just reaching out internationally, just as a highlight, and the National Regulators Workshop on Real-World Evidence Collaboration, just to say that yes, this is not only Europe, this is actually internationally. So rest assured that the information we've gathered here today, the learnings we've made, the discussions we've had, I really applaud all of you for participating, will help us to shape these deliverables in not only the next year, but the next 5 years to come. Peter, over to you.
Thanks very much, Jesper. What a day we've had. What a very rich day in terms of presentations and in terms of discussion. I think it's been really, really helpful to hear the views of experts, the views of stakeholders on real-world evidence. So I'm delighted to have seen such high-level participation today and the interest from all of our stakeholders. This suggests that together we can optimize our processes and the use of real-world evidence for better decisions and for better health. Some key points that I'd like to underline that come out from today's workshop. First, an observation from the COVID-19 pandemic. Medicines regulators have been challenged to take decisions and give recommendations that are not only based on best scientific evidence, but that are also rapid and quickly communicated to the public. We expect that this practice will introduce new standards in regulatory decision-making and will become more routine. The scientific community in Europe is progressing fast towards better characterization and fingerprinting of data sources, which will lead to better discoverability and appropriate use for regulatory purpose. Effective dialogue between regulators and stakeholders is important to optimize the use of real-world evidence for regulatory decision-making. Proposals have been made in this workshop on how to streamline and formalize such dialogue into regulatory processes, and all of the suggestions will be carefully considered. A key outcome of the workshop today are the recommendations made to increase training and expertise in the regulatory network. Proposals on how to provide training on regulatory recommendations and guidelines will be important to improve implementation as well as transparency. Additionally, initiatives taken to develop training curricula will support the capacity to generate, analyze, and interpret real-world evidence. We should not be afraid by heterogeneous results from databases. Not only can they provide useful information on the characteristics of the populations, but they often result from unaccounted confounding factors like different socio-demographics or different time periods. Sets of diagnostic procedures are now being developed and increasingly applied in order to understand what makes results different and how to use these different results. This discussion will be very useful in the development of our own work here within the European Regulatory Network, for example, with the Darwin EU network. The recommendations provided in this workshop are very rich. They will be included in a report that will be circulated in January. The final report will be discussed by the HMA-EMA Big Data Steering Group in order to identify priorities and drive the future work plan. I'd like to conclude maybe by showing that final slide with the vision set out, that by 2025 the use of real-world evidence will have been enabled and the value will have been established across the spectrum of regulatory use cases. We're working to deliver this vision through collaboration with stakeholders, and we believe this vision will support the development and use of better medicines for patients. Finally, I'd like to thank Jolanta and the team for the organisation of the workshop. I'd like to thank all the speakers and chairs, and I'd like to thank all of you for participating and for following this workshop today. So have a great evening, and let's step by step make real-world evidence central to our decision-making. Thank you.